Okay, we are back, this time with more, Instant Investigations Collection, and my bitrate was, well, not my bitrate, my upload speed was weird for a second. I think all the OBS issues now have cleared themselves up, but back with more of this, where we've kind of already, actually I should probably load this up, but, we've kind of already started at, like, how do I put this? We've just initiated the Little Faith section in the game to go back to the past. So pretty much after we did, after we ended up like investigating the areas with what was it? Pretty much wrapped up all of our stuff with Gumshoe. We ended up going ahead and investigating the garbage disposal area, figuring out that they were able to get him out because the larger items were getting disposed of. They put him into the, they put Sean into the thing and picked him up from there. And basically, it was a whole lot of us just looking around for him. We ended up going back to the courtroom eventually. Pretty much in the courtroom section, it was like wrapping up the previous cases. So wrapping up case 2 and wrapping up case 4. Because case 2's problem was that we had the person, but the Werner weapon was missing, and case 4's problem was, it was not actually formally done in a trial yet. So pretty much case 2, we were able to wrap it up because of basically the stuff with Excelsius and realizing the connection between Lagarde and Excelsius, and then basically Eustace returning, finally having the confidence to stand up to his father and dealing with that. And also finding the evidence that the bell had been disposed, that the knife had been disposed of, because they had the proof in the area as well. And then basically connecting. Once we got Fifi's case out of the way, we pretty much got Excelsius done in the same one fell swoop. And we also get to use evidence from the previous. We've used evidence from the previous area to solve what's been going on. Basically, all of them were held in custody. We solved case 2 and we solved case 4, and then Lane came in and said, well, the SS5 incident happened, and that was a 12 years ago thing, and they were blaming Gavel and her son for the stuff with the president, and now we're getting more interactions with that. So we're going to try and solve the president's murder, and also figure out who's behind the kidnapping, because both are one and the same. We've gone back in time to be able to analyze what happened 12 years ago with the SS5 incident, after we did a few things there as well. And then we have a couple of other sections as well that we want to try and figure out. And pretty much after getting both of them off of their basically trying to figure out what was going on with Sean, and because he was getting accused of stuff, and we got him off, and then we realized that in the camera footage we could see that the president was around, and we don't know why, and we're trying to figure that out, and we figured out the mysteries of the monsters, about how they were made, like the camera being covered over with a cloth and all the other usual stuff. And then we got the information from the autopsy report, and we also got it seems like there's something happening in between with Gavel, with the president, and with Sean, because there was a bouquet of flowers given to her. Oh, she gave him a bouquet of flowers, I should say, is the best way to put it. And then now we've been investigating the 12 years ago stuff. We figured out that Kay and Sean were both drugged with the same sedative. And we've also connected the case now to the case. Good morning, happy episode 5. Hang on a second, why is that not letting me scroll down? Happy episode 5 of Dark Wolf release date. Is it out yet, or has it come out later today? I'm assuming it comes out later today. Welcome in, Read the Critic, thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We're just chatting away at the moment. Today is much better start than yesterday, that's for sure. In 7 hours or so. Oh, okay, I see. I'm sure that will be good. I mean, episode 4 looked like it was fantastic. I haven't watched the show, but from what I've seen and heard about episode 4, it seems like it's something that I would really like. What else did we do? Basically, the 12-year incident, the president was kidnapped and there was a ransom demand, and we realized that the suspect was Fifi, which is what Lane was talking about before. And we now have the SS5 incident case file on us, and we realized that the prosecutor at the time was Excelsior's winner. And now we, basically the investigation for that case was a freelance journalist was killed in that area, and he was basically at the wrong place at the wrong time, and now we are going to investigate the Happy Family Home, which was an orphanage before the events of the big building existing. So that is basically what we are up to. Now that I've given my quick recap kind of stuff, we will see how things go from there, and hope for the best. So, yeah. Let us go ahead and, I guess, begin stream. Actually, I need to make sure that OBS is working, because I'm doing my other usual stuff. I still need to see, there's been a lot of movie news that's come out with, trailers, with, Conjuring trying to pull a welcome to Derry, and Sinners. I saw that there are other people as well that I've been seeing as well, like, just people chatting, talking about The Conjuring and saying like, oh, like how great the Conjuring movies are, and it's like I don't really care about The Conjuring. I just liked how they said it's the last Conjuring. It's like, yeah, it's the last Conjuring in the series. That doesn't mean that they can't make anything prior to that. That doesn't mean that they can't make some spin-off. Like, it's the last Conjuring movie, but it's like saying that, like, you know, is it true the end of the multiverse saga once they finish Secret Wars? No, because they can just reset the timeline and then come back and do it again eventually. Like, it's never there's no such thing as the very, very last unless it's like, yeah, Sinners being one of the movies. I mean, that makes sense. Again, what I've always said about parody films, whenever it comes to a parody film, the stuff that you're parodying has to be good, otherwise it's not going to make for a good parody. Great example, Vampires Suck. Vampires Suck is a giant parody of Twilight. Twilight is not a very well-received series, therefore you're just parodying something that's already bad. So, to me, like, if you're gonna do a parody of something with Sinners, or something with Get Out and those Blumhouse kind of movies, I think that works, because most of those movies are actually successful. The idea of a good parody is to parody something that's good. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well, like a prequel on a TV show, okay, fine. If they want to do it, I mean, I'm not gonna watch it, I don't care about The Conjuring, but... yeah. Obviously, the rest of this week, plans are... finish this, get into Princess Peach Showtime, maybe finish that. Saturday or Sunday will be the Persona 5 Strikers stream. One of those days will be a day off. I think Allison mentioned yesterday to me that she won't be going in, that she'll have to wait till next month to do that. Monday will be Rivals, new character, new map, new season, and then we'll be doing Switch games for the foreseeable future. So next week will be, Switch games, and then the week after that will be Switch games along with a lot of the conferences, because we've got IGG Summit, we've got State of Play, we've got a Nintendo Direct potentially, we've got several days of Tokyo Game Show to cover. So the last week of September will be a lot of conference stuff, so shorter streams, but should still be fun to do. Also, I need to keep plugging the subathon every single day that the subathon is available. Subathon is happening on the 21st of September, 20th of September, everybody else. I will be streaming, celebrating the first year of affiliation on Twitch with Allison on stream. Well, not her on stream, but her in the stream, I should say. More Mario Kart 8 Deluxe will do a entire run through of those with a win-loss record, and I have added an extra incentive for her. If she beats me with the win-loss record, I will extend the Pikachu rewards by the next tier. So at 3 subs, if that gets met, and I have to wear it for the rest of the month, I will extend that to be the rest of the year. And if the yearly if the 30 sub record gets reached, by that point, I will wear the Pikachu onesie for an entire year, outside of the, like, if I, need to wash it or, like, take breaks from it, I guess. But it will be the entire, every stream for the next year, when that happens, from the one subathon to the next subathon, will be that. I promise that's what we're gonna do. Obviously, a few other rewards as well in between all of those. 6 subs, I will add a Pineapple Pizza redeem. Every time someone redeems 100k channel points, I will do that. Which will go alongside with the AMA Q&A stuff, because I'll probably just film a video exclusive for Twitch, maybe. Just talking and all that stuff. While I do that, because everyone wants to see me suffer through that. There are a few Pokemon rewards as well. 9 subs, I would do a favorite Pokemon tier list with Allison on stream. 15 subs. Discord movies, maybe every week. Depends on time. 18 subs, chat will pick a game to play. Within reason, of course, just because I can't stream everything on Twitch. Pokemon Smash will pass with Allison at 21 subs, 24 subs karaoke, 27 subs. Allison wanted to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke, so I said, okay, if you want to show me how to do it better than I did, even though I failed 4 times, you can show me by doing it yourself. And so we'll do a full-on proper thing with the layout, the Pokemon layout, with the what do you call it? With the Nuzlocke app, all that other good stuff. That's what we're gonna do. I've rambled on long enough. Today's been much better than it was yesterday. Yesterday there was way too many things going on. Too many notifications, too many streams, Today was just nice and chill. There was like 2 streams. And that was pretty much all that I had to focus on and worry about, so... And I didn't have to wait for the video to upload as well, so that's also... nice. So I guess let's just get things started. Let's just get the game started, and I'll talk while we're doing that. I know I rambled a lot, and that's fine. I think I've checked everything, but let's just. I don't think we finished this game today, but if we somehow get close, that's fine as well. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming this month. Next week is basically all TV show central. And then the next week after that is, actually, how is the week looking? Yeah, next week is like TV show central, and then the week after that is all like, there's gonna be gaming stuff, just heaps of gaming stuff. Just heaps of gaming stuff, with all those conferences. So we'll just wait and see what happens there. But I knew for a fact that The Conjuring was not going to be the last. They're not going to just end the series. It's impossible for them to do that. They can't help themselves. I guess that's the best way to put it. Alright, let's just get into the game so I can do something while I'm chatting. Otherwise we're not going to make any progress, right? Well, that definitely narrows it down. Okay. So again, I'm just going to ignore the fact that there's a dead guy on the ground here because I need to talk whether they're on. Looks chiller than your chillest lookout, Mazzarino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Can you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? UK Meister? Anything. can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were the thieves and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed? I'd very much like to know that myself. Very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Anytime soon? Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Oh, I didn't check that as well. I'm supposed to, I always do a daily, like, check to see if there's an actual, hang on a second, I always check, I forgot to completely check something. I forgot to check the every day I check this. I should be checking this more often. Even though I'm not even interested in the game, like, I check it anyway. Still nothing. 9 days away from release, and there's still no trophy list. That is... I get the feeling that it's going to come out maybe in the week of release, but still, like, no trophy list at the moment for Dying Like the Beast. At least none that I'm seeing, anyway. Yeah, nothing. So they're really making everyone wait for that. But I guess we'll see. It's all good. Equally shaped like a bear. Perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. You could call it a beagloo. It's quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside it. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? What about the summer? Wouldn't the igloo melt? Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? Oh, no fun. Yeah, there's just a lot going on right now with... I'm just glad that we'll be finished with this game this week. Like, we'll finish this game this week, we may finish Princess Peach this week, we'll be able to switch games in the rest of the month, so... That's a good sign for me getting other things done, like, getting back into the Platinum playthroughs. Like, I think I'm more confident that I can finish, that I can get God of War Ragnarok done this year than I was before, just because I've noticed how much time has gone. It's much. We've seen it somewhere before, right? Also, it would be nice to have something to play on the, well, even if they do announce God of War Ragnarok, I reckon they announce it at the game, I reckon that they might even announce it at the Game Awards, to be honest. Cause that's the other thing as well, it's like, you want to do something big for the state of play, but at the same time, like, God of War Ragnarok won Game of the year that it came out, and it had, like, those big elaborate performances, and I'm thinking it probably would get more attention if it was at the Game Awards. Whereas the Wolverine game probably would get more attention at the state of play, just because a lot of people are very, very iffy on Marvel stuff, and I mean I know it's that's the thing. The problem is that it's an Insomniac Marvel game. Because it's an Insomniac Marvel game, I think people are more hyped for it than they would be for something else. But it's like I don't know. What do we have? It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. This is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. Yeah, I just realized this now that the clock is in the same spot as the other one. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for... If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Yeah, I just realized the facade of the building is also just still the same. I'm gonna ignore the body. There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. Fire? Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. One of the children set the orphanage yard on fire as a prank sometime during the evening before the incident. Alright. What have you got to say? Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? Sean Finn. Cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. You had a few appointments, you might even have to wait longer for the beast. Even longer than the 2 weeks? I mean, I think I remember you mentioning it, but if you have to wait, then it's sometimes you just gotta make the hard decision, I guess. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. It might be a few months, yeah. I mean, if you're saving for the concert, if you're saving for the concert, if you need to, you know, living is obviously going to be more important than a video game. So if you need, to save for the concert, if you need to save for other stuff, it's like, it's better to just wait if you absolutely feel like you need to. That was not my intent at all. Yeah, exactly, like, getting it as soon as you possibly can, but not just sacrificing some other, stuff. It's like, gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, little knight in shining armor, defending his mum's honor. Shut up, I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you will allow me, I'd like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. You need to save at least 70 euros each month. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I look at it this way. Like, the concert is a one-time potential experience, and so saving for that would be better, whereas it's not like Dying Like the Beast is going to go away anytime soon. It's always going to be there, just for when you need to get it. You can't go back and see the Death Stranding 2 concert again. Or at least, you know, yeah. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. I don't ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that. And I... Judge Gravel, I don't presume to know the Goddess of Justice as well as you do. 15th of October, the train tickets should go on sale already? Yeah. I mean, because you don't know how much things may cost, or if there's going to be discounts, or if there's going to be some other sort of thing, like, it's better to just save and just make sure that you know and have everything planned beforehand, because you don't want to leave it too late and then realize, oh, I don't have enough. And as it is, again, like, the game isn't going away. It's going to always be there to play. It's just a matter of when you get around to it. She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Yeah, exactly. You've got a massive backlog of 90 games. You can wait. Your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you even talking about? It's also for a greater cause. Like, the concert is something that is of greater importance than one game, potentially, so... Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. Wood Lagarde's trial. Things are finally settling down after Wood Lagarde's trial. It seems so. You can always go back to DL1. Yeah, you can always do that. Something is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. You've still got plenty of Dying Light stuff you can do. Dying Light 1 DLCs. And if it is a couple of months, it's a couple of months. Like, we're already in September, so... Do not worry, Excelsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. And see, once the concert starts over in January, like, you can go back to just doing what you normally would have to do. faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do. Then don't we all, Kay included?
Kinda feel for him now. Some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance.
I'm sure the chance will come, but for now... Yeah. Right on time for... That's what I said, January 2026 has a lot of stuff going on, and then after January's over, you've still got other things that are around. Yeah, 007 in March. GTA, if that's something that you're wanting to get in May. If they announce the Wolverine game, it could very well be sometime next year. Alright, talk to a kid.
What do you want?
You're kidnapping. Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? What were you doing there? It's alright, you don't have to talk to him. You can just ask me himself. You back, Mr. Edgeworth? He's starting to warm to you. Went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were in that body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. Tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked.
And you seem to be cleaning up DLCs as well. Like, I know you said you were wanting to do the Valhalla DLC, you were wanting to do the, Cyberpunk. But do the Shadows DLCs, no, never mind. I mean, I don't even think they're all out yet, right? Have they all released? I'm assuming that they're still... They still haven't released the parkour update, so... Just... The Assassin's... What is it? Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3, like, DLCs? Like... Just... Stupid. I just love that they've called it, like... Just trophy sets 2 and 3. Just laziness. Just complete and utter laziness. And it's like, if you look at the trophy list for 3, it's literally just like, to obtain 2 gold katanas, you need to finish New Game Plus, reach level 80, and reach knowledge rank 10. So basically just a giant grind. Just a giant grind. And then the other DLC pack is just complete, like, a side quest. Which I think it's 3 DLC, but still, like... I just love that they called it just 3. It's basically just a New Game Plus update, which is... Yeah, like... So basically what I should probably do when I play Shadows is honestly just do a playthrough where I get everything. You know, if I get to a point where I nearly max out my level, I should probably just like go into New Game Plus and do everything else because there's a level cap now and a knowledge cap, so it's like. Yeah. Like, just grinding, like, what fun. What fun. You've played the game through twice, and you have to still grind to level 80. You still gotta grind to knowledge rank 10. Like, it's just, what kind of, like... It's not even just a simple, like, just complete the game on New Game Plus. It's like, oh no, you have to get to this level. Which is just boring. Just an incredibly boring, Just an incredibly boring, playthrough. If he wants to do that. It's already bad enough that there's New Game Plus, that you have to play through the game twice, and then it's just like, yeah, let's make it so you have to redo all the side content and do all the, other stuff too, that you've already finished, so it's like it's like a full playthrough with all the side content for the platinum, and then you need to get to level 80 in knowledge rank 10, so another full playthrough, along with doing more of the side content. So you're just repeating the exact same thing over again. come back today and try again.
Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah? Snoozing is easy 3Z with 3 Z's.
The fact that she was drugged with it, too, doesn't seem to bother them. I guess it is a catchy name. I mean, I guess you've got the Avatar DLC, the Frontiers of Pandora DLC. I think Star Wars Outlands. As I said, all these Ubisoft games are just long.
Everyone was pretty strong, but I never saw their face.
See, thank you. That's very helpful. When were you found? What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? That's the other thing as well, is I also found, like... At least they had the courtesy to not give Assassin's Creed Mirage DLC trophies. So it's I can stall this as much as I possibly want to, if not even not do it. Reached only trying 10 out of like hundreds of hours. Yeah, and you have to get it in New Game Plus. Knowledge rank 10 and level 80. Which I think by the time you finished the game you were like level 40 or something like that. So, I don't know. Again, that just sounds like very long and boring.
Oh, not a bit. Snoozing is easy 3Z with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. It was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it's actually a giant refrigerator. This is used to keep stuff chilled.
That's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day. I mean, the good thing is that if I do a New Game Plus and I'm just repeating stuff, I can skip cutscenes, skip dialogue, skip cutscenes, skip all the other stuff. I don't need to do it anymore. I've already finished the game once, and then just skipping things and doing it again.
Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold.
34 or 35 rank 6, but need to complete 30 side quests. Yeah, oh my goodness, like... What are they doing? Like... Oh no. That game is gonna take me hours, isn't it? Level 80 and rank 10? What is, like... I mean, I do all the side quests anyway, but still, like... I don't know, like... That sounds extremely bad and extremely grindy. So you used to have to call for help. That's what makes me wonder, is it just like you have to do 50 side quests and then like it goes to 60? Or does that mean that is it just 10 side quests? Is it like 10 side quests or do you have to do 60 side quests? Because then that is just... They're asking for way too much. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Seem like you mean it, why don't you? And I looked up the New Game Plus trophy guide just to see how long someone said it would take. They said 30 hours. 30 hours to complete New Game Plus, 30 hours to get level 80, and 30 hours to get knowledge rank 10. So the most gracious child I've met.
Might be forsaken somebody else.
Okay. So either they're lying or like there's just more you can do now because I can't see how. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. You need to reach rank 10, but that is around 400 to 500 side quests. No, that's not a joke. I don't know how 400 to 500 side quests is insane, if it's that many side quests. I mean, I hope that there were a lot of side quests, because 400 to 500 sounds like way too many. Unless they're repeatable ones, which also just means they're boring, because it's just like you're just repeating the same side quests again. Hey, the things that we do for trophies, right? Behind it is what appears to be a motor.
You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you?
Yeah. Let's just tack on 400 to 500 side quests. I mean, I love doing side content in games, but if it's the same sorts of side quests every single time, it's gonna get super repetitive. I guess you were right, you know, like, Assassin's Creed Mirage, once I'd finished the story stuff and was wrapping up everything else, that was when it started getting really bad. It started getting really bad when I was, like, doing the post-game, because there was no story to continue, there were no more story missions, it was mostly just grinding for, like, if I go onto my trophy list for Mirage, you'll see what I mean. Like, I think one of my streams, I streamed for a long time, and, I got, like, so many trophies all in the one stream. Like, look at this. So I finished this story basically on one day, and then the rest of my stream was on the same day. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I got like 21 trophies in the one stream, and most of it was just cleaning up the side content, pickpocketing all the artifacts, getting all the books, getting all the viewpoints, exploring everything, fully upgrading everything, you know, going through and just randomly doing all the, paying off all the different people, and then all the different assassination stuff, which was just boring as well. Like, it took ages. And by this point of the game, when I was just like waiting for the guards to do stuff, waiting to do all the other thing, it just got very repetitive. And yeah, we got 21 trophies in the one stream, but still, it was just, it was not fun. It was not fun for me at all to play. So I don't know, if Shadows is going to have 400 to 500 side quests to play, and I have to do that for leveling up, and it's just the same side quests, I might feel the same way. Maybe I'll feel a bit differently, because I haven't seen the full entire game. What took you way too long was assassinating 10 guards. Yeah, I think it was glitched. I think I had a similar problem as well, is the, some of the stuff was glitched. Like, some of the, not glitched, but just like, it just wasn't working the same way as it normally does. Like, in the other Assassin's Creed games, it's pretty easy to assassinate from a crowd, because a crowd, they consider, like, sitting down on a bench, they consider walking around crowds, they consider all sorts of stuff. You can spin all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? A dream isn't. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but are they applicable in this case? Yeah, I don't know. The worst grind I've ever done is still GTA 5 rank 100. Me and my friend just spent hours and hours just grinding. Yeah, you had to pay a crowd basically to do it. In the other games, it was never like that, though. You had so many other options, but it was like Assassin's Creed Mirage was trying to go back to being how the original game was, but the only thing it did... I think when I finished Assassin's Creed Mirage, I compared it to Assassin's Creed 1, and the only thing I could say that it did better than Assassin's Creed 1 was it looks better. It looks like a better game. That's it. Story was worse, characters were worse, gameplay was worse, music was worse, like, you know. I think the only thing that I was able to say good about Mirage was that it looked good, and to me, like, graphics means nothing, because most games that are of this standard, in terms of, like, AAA quality, like, Ubisoft games are always going to look good, regardless. It doesn't matter, like, even Shadows, yes, it has, like, the repeatable guards and forests and mountains, but it still looks like it still looks like a game that, you know, it still looks like it should look good, I guess. Like, it still is graphically a good-looking game, but it's not enough. Like Avatar, it's like me complimenting Avatar. It's like saying that Assassin's Creed Shadows looks good graphically-wise is like praising the Avatar movies for looking good. That's pretty much all that they are, to me. Nothing else stands out. So it's not even really a compliment, it's kind of just like, yeah. Had it in 2, but only for a certain group. Yeah, but see, in 2 and Brotherhood and stuff like that, you had roaming crowds of people that, even if they weren't necessarily grouped together, still counted towards being in a group, because as long as you were hidden amongst them, it was a thing. But again, this was when Ubisoft were making good games, so... That's why I said, like, I played Assassin's Creed 2 when it first came out, so... When you played it for the first time and told me, and you were genuinely shocked that Ubisoft had made this, like, because of the nudity and, like, the references and stuff, it almost feels like a completely different company. And it's like, no, it's the exact same company, just... yeah. These footprints stop by the body. Which is why I find it very insane that, like, comparing Shadows to comparing Shadows to Black Flag doesn't make a lot of sense.
Guess that means they belong to Mr. All Down, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that? About a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Can I investigate the other side, though? Because these are different sizes. Like, that's what I just don't understand. Like, I've seen enough of Shadows to know that it doesn't live up to the same... it doesn't even live up to the same standards that Odyssey, Origins, and Valhalla did. And, like, Odyssey and... those games have their own problems. Let's go towards the body and come back. According to Twitch streamers, it's the best Assassin's Creed game ever made. I mean, I feel like a lot of people who are doing that are just doing it like... If Ubisoft came to me and told me, you can play Assassin's Creed Shadows early, I would have accepted it, but if they told me that I had to not give a positive review... if they told me I had to give them a positive review, that's where I, like... that's what I don't like. So I guess what I would do is I would play the game, and then once the period of time had passed, then I would give my actual thoughts on it, because I would avoid trying to say it was bad until, like, the period was over, but it's like, I feel like it's also just not... it doesn't feel right to me to do that. Which is probably why I wouldn't get approached to review a game, because I like to go over every aspect. If something is bad, I want to point out that it's not good. If something's great, I want to say that it's great, but I don't want to feel like I'm shilling the product and telling people lies, because that doesn't sit well with me. Like the guy that you were showing with Superman, it was like, he got invited to an event, and so of course he's gonna start praising Superman. But to me, that just makes it fake, but I guess that's what people want, right? That's what people would like to see. That's why all these streamers and YouTubers are so popular, is because they hate on games constantly, they don't give it a fair review, they don't know what they're really, like, talking about, they're just appealing to what their fans want, and negativity goes a lot further than positivity does, and... but then it also exposes you for not having an actual opinion and just going with whatever other people say. So, I don't know.
I'm at a size 9.
Pretty average in other words. Like, I would rather be honest than be fake about it. And tell someone this game is fantastic and you have to absolutely play it. It's a 10 out of 10, the best Assassin's Creed game ever made. Because it's not. It's just not.
Seems like police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
I guess it's fine. Maybe we can just start here. Oh, fell down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What exactly did he see?
Placed this part in the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
Seemed to suffer a blow to the back of the head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. I figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
And that was the other thing as well, is like, when you played Assassin's Creed Shadows originally, or even before then, you were really hyped for that game. When people were really negative towards it, you were defending that, and then once you played it for yourself, it's like, well, you gotta be honest. And you were, so that's I guess what makes people more genuine than it does a lot of other times. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report.
Victim was struck on the head and died at around 1 AM on February 10th. So, I don't know. Maybe that's just why I'm not super popular. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why it hurts me to say that, like, you know... When Mirage was first announced, I had my doubts about it, because I wasn't sure about how a more grounded Assassin's Creed game was going to work. Because I personally liked the original game. I liked the original game. I recognize it had some problems. But I liked the original game. And so I thought, okay, Mirage, if Mirage takes everything that was good about Assassin's Creed 1 and just makes it more graphically appealing, fixes up a couple of the other things, doesn't do as many repetitive missions, it can work. And then I played it, and it's like, it got worse every time I kept playing it. And they were my genuine flaws. I felt like there was a lot of stuff that was just not... All you're going to say is, after Shadows, you're not buying any new AC games. I mean, you have a plethora of older games from the Assassin's Creed series that I can't break my habit of buying games. Like, even if I hate Shadows, like, I didn't like Mirage, but yeah, I'm still interested in Shadows. And people might say that's a stupid reason, but it's like, It's the same with a lot of things. Like, I feel like it's incomplete. It feels incomplete to me to not want to play them. And so it's like, it's just one of those things. And I also look at it this way, it's like, there's going to be games that I think that aren't any good, that people are still going to buy. And it's like, well, yeah. I should also check this. Al fell down, freelance journals. I should read the autopsy report. Okay, victim Al fell down, age 31, believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he had witnessed. Time of death, February 10th at approximately 1 AM, 12 years ago. Cause of death, lots of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. And, like, I really don't know what the future for Ubisoft is, because they've really... Yeah. I mean, I saw how much struggle you went through on the easiest difficulty to get through the Shadow story, so I'm hoping that my experience is better, but, I'm not entirely sure. And I'll be watching all the cutscenes. Like, I'll watch all the cutscenes and do the dialogue stuff, because I want to, you know... I want to feel like I give a fair and honest review, so... I will go through and do absolutely everything. Because that's just the way that I like to play. 100% completion, platinum trophy, all that other stuff. It's just the way that it is. Even if I don't like the game, I will push through it. The only time I will stop playing a game is if it gets to a point where it's like, I can't guarantee that, like Gollum, for example. I cannot guarantee that I didn't get another checkpoint death loop like I did. So I decided to stop where I did because I don't want to keep playing and then have that happen again, and then have to redo it a second time. Like that's usually the big exception I have with if a game gets to a point where I can not actually finish it. I'm not doing another playthrough just to try and finish it again. So I guess I'll do the story. I'll do all the story stuff, all the side missions, the platinum, of course. It's just the way things are. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Dude, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see.
Because I'm thinking about what I have to do for Shadows. I gotta do the full platinum story. The full story, all the side quests, all the platinum stuff. Then I gotta do New Game Plus. Then I've got to do New Game Plus to grind for that as well. Shadows is officially your worst platinum, so congrats on getting that title, Ubisoft. What was your worst platinum before that? Was it Walking Dead Destinies? I mean, even then, that wasn't bad. Walking Dead Destinies wasn't even like a bad platinum. It was just like the game was bad, but it also had fun moments, and like the voice acting for Walking Dead Destinies was actually maybe Mirage, yeah. I'm trying to think what my worst platinum was. It's hard to really think about, like, because some games I didn't get the platinum for, and I feel like those games are worse. Like, there are some games that I hated because I didn't get the platinum, and it wasn't my fault that I didn't get the platinum. So I think, like, even if Mirage's platinum was bad, I at least finished Mirage, and I was able to get the trophy. Some games I was not able to finish the platinums for because of the game itself. And, like, I remember, like, Mafia 3, someone that I know played that game 10 times, all the way through. They finally got the trophy, but, it was, like, to get it, you had to jump through, like, so many hoops. Dying Light 2. I mean, yeah, I can completely understand Dying Light 2. Button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps. Yeah. Like, I can even think of specific aspects of certain like, GTA 5's Platinum Grind Online was terrible. Like, the worst grind that I've probably done on a game was that. Especially since I kept patching out all the... the stuff. It was not fun. I didn't even do that on stream. Bloody button. Found clutched in Eldon's right hand. The blood is his. Like, I don't know, if I went through, like, a bunch of my platinums, so, like... What were some bad platinums and stuff that I didn't get? I mean, I didn't finish Warlord, but that was my fault, not necessarily the game. What bad platinums do I have that I just despised playing? Some of the wrestling games have bad platinums, but that's also just because of online. I mean, Mirage, the game was bad. The platinum was bad towards the end. Golem we didn't finish, but that would be up there. Resident Evil 5, I hated the game. What else have we got that's, like, grindy? Stuff that I didn't, like, particularly enjoy playing. I mean, these games now are, like, all pre-streaming days, so I guess that's more relevant. Like, something like Mafia 3, terrible platinum, terrible DLCs. So to get the platinum for this game, you have two options. You either you've got to keep your console on because the game doesn't recognize does not recognize stats. So if you kill 49 people with silent takedowns and you turn the game off, it resets it to 0 when you've turned the game off. So you either have to keep the game running all the time until you get all the trophies, or 2, reset the game to default patch and play the game with terrible glitches. So you have no good option here. I know someone who played this game 10 times to get their platinum because the requirements failed on multiple occasions. It was bad. Like, this game is broken. Do not play Mafia 3. If you want the platinum, do not go for Mafia 3 Definitive Edition. I'm telling you right here, right now. The game is it's the weakest of the 3, and also it is completely like bugged and glitched all over the place. What else have we got here? Watch Dogs Legion, glitched collectibles. Do not go for this platinum. Terrible story, terrible characters, glitched and bugged collectible trophies. Gameplay is not all that fun. Yeah, easily the weakest Watch Dogs game. What else is there? What else is there that's bad? What else have we got? Come on, there's gotta be some more things here. What else is like truly bad here that I don't like? Far Cry New Dawn, I hated the game, but like the platinum itself isn't... The platinum trophy itself wasn't bad. You're not interested to play Mafia? I do like the games. I haven't played Old Country yet, but Mafia 1 is a fun game, but the platinum I would not recommend. There's a trophy you have to get. There's a racing trophy. You've got to get you've got to win a race on the hardest difficulty, and yeah, I would not recommend Mafia 1 for the platinum. The other 2 games are not great. Like, they're glitched and bugged platinums, absolutely. What else is bad? Anything else that's bad here? I don't think so. Someone recommended Sly, so it might be happening at some point. I recommend Sly as well. If you like Ratchet and Clank, if you like Jak and Daxter, Sly Raccoon is basically... It's another platformer, except you're a thief. I think if you like Ratchet and Clank and you like Jak and Daxter, you like Sly. It's got less weaponry and less thing, but I think those games do not have... I wouldn't say those games have hard platinums to get. I think of them very fondly. What else have we got? A lot of the other stuff here I just really enjoyed. Because now we're starting to get into like the PS3 era of games. Like GTA 5 I already mentioned, but what else is like bad? I can't think of anything that's like truly bad. Moment. Like, Origins was hard, but there was also it was also very rewarding by the end that I got it. What else have we got here? I do recommend Sly, though. Because all these games here are now, like, all the PS3 stuff, which I will never be able to go back and finish, because of PlayStation just not working anymore. Yeah, a lot of these here I wouldn't, like, say were bad. But I have all the Jak games, I have all the Sly games, I have all the Ratchet games finished. Yeah, nothing else here is really, like, truly bad. I mean, Far Cry 2, I hated Far Cry 2, the game, but that's... The platinum is also incredibly annoying and bad. But yeah, platformers usually have... Not every platformer, but most platformer games have generous platinum trophies, I would say. And again, Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, Sly Raccoon. All PS2 platformers, all very consistently good. I liked all 3 games. There's actually, what, 4 Sly Raccoon games, and then, that's like a mini-game collection, but... And I know that they recently did release Sly 1 through 3 on, I think it's on the premium service. So when I bought the Sly collection, it was on, it was a trilogy disc. So I have the physical copies of those, but they were on PS3. So PS4, there's no Sly games outside of just whatever they release on the premium thing. Not that I'm getting sidetracked, but still, it's like I like talking about platformers. Like, platformers as a kid for me were some of my favorites. Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Sly, Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank. And then even, like, stuff that I didn't play later on, until later on, like, a lot of the Mario games, they're also just fantastic, but they didn't have trophies, of course. Stuff must have belonged to the victim.
Right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
Call to whom?
His girlfriend. Since he called her when he saw that the president was there.
She didn't pick up, so he left a message.
That's in here too, if you want to hear it.
Please. Alright. Hey Rosie, it's me. Guess you're asleep already. Right, Rosie is his girlfriend. Okay. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... It looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you... I guess that makes sense why Rosie was killed? Because she might have known something? What were those sounds at the end? Must have been a... Oh, hang on a second. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? But you have so many games to play as it is. So many games to play that you can choose from that... There's really, like, no bad choices with your backlog. Like, I have a smaller backlog than you do at the moment, but that's mostly because I'm just trying to catch up with these PS4 games. And I already can't get every single trophy in my collection anyway because of, like, delisted DLCs, multiplayer shutdowns, glitched stuff, yeah, that's why I was never going for that 100% completion because I never could reach that in the first place. Because by the time that I'd started like actively like going around grabbing everything, it was already like, yeah. Sordown's girlfriend. What was her name? Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Just as I thought.
Wait, you mean...
Yeah, finish all the games and then buy new ones. I mean, I've not bought anything in a little while. I'm still waiting on a game to arrive. It'll arrive in October sometime, but Lego Party and Final Fantasy Tactics are probably the next two, but those are at the end of the month. We still haven't decided which platform we're going to buy Lego Party on, so... We might buy it on just the normal Switch, that way we can play it on stream sooner, maybe, but it's undecided. Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. So, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So that's why I said, you're in the position that I was in. You're so far in a position of, you're in the position of where I was, like, 15 years ago, where it's like, I have all these PS3 games, and I haven't finished the trophies for them. You're in a similar position where you've got a bunch of games in the backlog that you've finished but haven't gone and completed the trophies for, so you're just going through and completing what you have to do. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I will probably try the roguelike mode, but I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not a big fan of the roguelike concept. I've never liked it. I'll give it a shot, though, just to see what happens. Just like Souls games, I'm not... I can watch people play Souls games, but Souls games are not for me.
She really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
So it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Eldon's final call. Message left on Roseringer's phone detailing what Eldon saw. But yeah, Ragnarok, I mean, I'll be doing Ragnarok, I think, sometime this year. Sometime this year, I will do, God of War Ragnarok. And I'll be trying to do that as a, well, I haven't decided what I want to do when it comes to that game. I will probably do, like, the story stuff, side quests as I go, and then if I need to clean up collectibles, I'll worry about that later. Welcome in, Serrata. Doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We're just talking trophies. Footprints were a key part of this case. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct?
Yeah, let's see. They're size 12. Feet were clean. No corns, no athlete's foot.
How's it going? Going pretty good. Back to regular scheduled programming after being able to start the way I wanted to. We are on the final case of this game. We've solved 2 murders, we've wrapped up 2 cases, and now we have to solve a kidnapping case as well as a murder from the past and a murder from the present. So, just when I thought we'd reached the halfway point of the game, we have the other half to do. Officially 7 days left for Gen V, yeah. And then, Dark Wolf episode on the same day.
Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same color? You dressed old guy style. Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments.
Here I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. Yeah, making good progress. Probably no platinum today, but platinum maybe tomorrow. If this video gets uploaded in time. Platinum this... I shouldn't say guarantee a day, but I would say platinum this week. If I get at least one good lengthy stream out, I think I can finish this on sometime this week.
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. This one symbolizes the desire to steal treasures.
Okay, you can't just make these things up. What we can do is that it looks like to be different from all the other flowers in the plant.
So what's it doing here?
What indeed? We should examine the planters too.
Must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's stolen treasure. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
Yeah, making some good progress today. 2 more days till the Marvel Rivals, like, new character map gets released. I'm not sure how I feel about the game. I'm still unsure. I was hoping I could get a bit closer to where I was, but it's unfortunate. So is Gen V doing the week by week release, or is it doing a multi-release? Because I know some shows do the multi-release. Other shows do other shows are doing the like multiple episodes at once. Okay, so that means you've got 3 episodes of Gen V and an episode of Dark Wolf all on the same day. So that's going to be a very, very long day. Alright, let's examine the brick and then the camera. This is the brick used in the murder. Gen V ends when Welcome to Derry starts, but it's almost like these things are just planned. It's almost like these things are just planned to happen. Like, a Terminalist episode on the same day that Gen V starts, and then Gen V ends on the same day that Welcome to Derry starts. So that's, These things are just planned, and then Welcome to Derry, you know, once that finishes, it's going to be almost time for Fallout Season 2.
Stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. Nobody took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
Camera. Examine the camera.
So the victim was carrying a camera. Yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are.
Oh. So that's Wang. And someone with a gun. I do see a handprint. It's a handprint over the eye of the snowman. Then it's the concert and Bone Temple. Already the time flies, yeah. Bone Temple, concert, and well, the Statham movie's been delayed now to December, but then RE9 in February, 007 in March. December 2026 when that reaches. May for GTA 6. And the Mandalorian movie. There's a lot of things coming out next year. Brand New Day as well. Brand New Day. Mortal Kombat 2 is in May. Mortal Kombat 2 is in April now as well. Tulsa King is in January, yeah.
President, right?
Somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Old Down witnessed. There's a lot of different things coming out. Just hoping that there's not a lot of delays. And then we've still got upcoming announcements. Like, I'm expecting a Tokyo Game Show to be some announcements. Game Awards, there's always announcements. So the year is far from over, and we've still got announcements to. You're almost at the point of all missables in Cyberpunk. Nice. And you can at least make some progress there. Because you already have the platinum for Cyberpunk, so it's just the DLCs now.
The person in the trench coat is the kidnapper.
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. If Agent Lang's father's theory is correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. That doesn't look like Warden Lagarde then. She looks too big to be in...
How come they only found the one picture?
Probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Shows the president being kidnapped when the one photo was taken. Yep. Is that the entire body examined? I think so. No, still the blood.
Fresh blood, plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head.
That blood spread out over the entire area. That anybody could have bled that much and survived. Cyberpunk 2, Hogwarts Legacy 2. Oh, we're not allowed to talk about Hogwarts Legacy 2. People aren't allowed to get excited about those games. Remember? I'm looking forward to Hogwarts Legacy 2 as well. I'm more hyped towards that than I am towards the TV show. The TV show is what I'm more excited for. And they definitely needed to change some things about that, because I just, I did not, super enjoy some parts of that game. Also, I'm disappointed that they cancelled the... there was supposed to be a story expansion for that game, and a definitive edition, and... Like, to me, I really feel like they should have, like, not done Quidditch Champions, and they should have just, focused on making a story DLC. And it's just one of those things where it's like, people are gonna complain about it regardless, right? Like... And to me, like, and they also want to connect it to the upcoming TV show, which I have a problem with, because those movies are already not attached to the... Those movies aren't attached to the current, like, the Hogwarts Legacy timeline. So I don't know how you do that. Still no Snape sent photos, I wonder why. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from them yet. I've seen plenty of Hagrid, plenty of, the kids. I still don't think Hagrid works the same way. He looks too young. He looks too young. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. The people that I feel the worst about, well, not worse in terms of the casting, but I feel bad for the kids. I really hope that the cast are able to, like, help them out a bit. Just because, like, when those movies first released, you know, in, like, 2001 and stuff, like, social media wasn't a thing. Now that social media is a thing, I get this really bad and icky feeling that, like, a bunch of the cast and stuff are gonna start getting attacked by, like, people complaining about J.K. Rowling, and it's like, I don't think people understand that, like, some of these people are still children, and also they aren't up to making... Yeah, I don't have a problem with the kids, but, like, I know people definitely will. Like, there are hateful people out there on the internet, you know? And social media is very, very toxic, and I really hope that they've got, like, something in plan to, like, allow for these... To try and, like, make sure that the children are, like, protected from some of these really bad people, because it's just... criticism is one thing. If someone has a bad performance, I think that's important to allow them to develop and be a better actor. But when it's got something to do with outside factors that nobody has any control over, and honestly, it doesn't matter what people do, it's not going to change. Yeah, it'll always be that way, but still, I feel bad for kids, like... Especially child actors themselves. Not every child actor is great, but I don't think people understand that when someone gives a really bad review and toxic and is really toxic online, how that can affect someone, how that can affect a child and their development. And so I want the kids to do a good job so that people can just shut up about it and just you know, I have a problem with some of the adult casting, but I also just don't, like, my problem with the adult casting is I don't think that they have the same amount of star appeal. Like, when you look at who was in the original films, they were, like, super, super experienced actors that had a lot of credits to their names, and they were good in other films. Like, you don't have that same amount of credibility here. Yeah, that's what I said, he looks too young. I think that's everything done, right? I think I've done everything. And, like, even Christopher Columbus, the guy who did the first two movies, he even mentioned, like, what's the point in making the TV show if you're just gonna make it exactly the same thing as the movies? Like, we've already got the movies, why are we making more of this? Have I got everything here now? Okay. Examined everything. Yeah. I mean, you can at least... make the suit. I mean, have you seen the behind-the-scenes stuff of what they did in the original movies with Hagrid stuff? They had, like, for when he was just... when he was acting, it was Hagrid. When he was acting, it was Robbie Coltrane. But when he wasn't acting, and he was just, like, in the background in, like, a crowd or something like that, they had, like, an actual stand-in. Like, an actual, like... They had an actual, like a puppet or thing. They built basically a fake Hagrid to be there so that he didn't have to stand there for those scenes. Because he was just there to just, you know, maybe clap his hands or, like, do something. So they actually made a full-on, like, Hagrid, you know, thing. For when he wasn't needed to really do anything. Okay, now we've done all that. Where's the logic? Yeah. Okay, so planters and 3 footprints. I don't have the planters? Oh, never mind, I don't have the planters yet. Yeah, they use the same costumes, same sets. That's my issue as well. So I've got to examine one of these then. Ah, here. Like, that's what I'm not sure. It's like, are we making a TV show? Like, the idea of making it the idea of making the TV show is to expand on what the movies missed and make them more accurate to the books. I agree with that. I think that's a good idea because that would make it... If they, like, my biggest problem, as I mentioned before, with the Goblet of Fire, is, it strays too far away from the books, and if they can make the TV show closer to the book, I will probably enjoy that season of the TV show more than I will the movie, because I have my big problems with the Goblet of Fire movie because I didn't like that it strayed so far away from what the books were doing, and it made things too obvious. I don't like it necessarily for that reason. And that's what the TV show should be doing, is just expanding on what the books did and also trying to capitalize on how the movies were successful as well. But I don't even know if we're going to make it to an entire series of that. Like, I honestly don't know. The backlash could be really bad. If the show gets really poorly received, I don't know if they would keep making them, right? Because none of the Harry Potter films, even if they had varying degrees of quality, none of them were, like, bad. None of them were truly, like, awful. Like, it wasn't like Twilight. Even with Twilight, right? People hated Twilight. There are a big chunk of proportions that loved Twilight and hated Twilight. But the movies still made money, and they still made all 4 films, despite that. So I think when it comes to book series, very rarely do they ever just stop making the movies based on them, because there's always going to be a massive following. Even 50 Shades of Grey. They made 3 50 Shades of Grey films. All of them were bad. It didn't matter, because they, you know, they didn't care. They were making money, I think. And there was always an audience that had watched them. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. There were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One I've seen somewhere before. Sure, there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. So I guess the one thing that I can take out of this TV show with Harry Potter is if it is bad, it doesn't matter because the movies still exist, and the books still exist, and the games still exist. So I still have all of my... I still have stuff that I do appreciate about those. I don't have to necessarily, like, watch it. I will still watch it anyway, but... It's just one of those things where... It's not like they're taking away my movies or taking away the books. They can't do that. Look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, looks like somebody dropped it.
That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family. Lilia. Whatever that is. Lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence. Can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisco. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Okay, now we can do it. So the planters and 3 footprints we can do. That's it. So we can do that. That connects those two together, and then we have the report and then another connection. Yep, okay. You might be back to streaming Saturday if it all goes well with 3 reviews. That's all good. Take your time. If you need to take a break or take a longer hiatus, that's all good. We still chat outside of stream, we're still chatting streams here. If it's been working out for you, I'd rather have that, you know, so... Dark Wolf, Inception, and something else. What's the something else gonna be? Because Saturday is the 13th, so... Yeah, no new movies are out, so Dark Wolf, Inception, and something. What's the other something gonna be? I do hope that you enjoy Inception. I hope I haven't hyped it up too high, but, I mean, I even saying that, like, Christopher Nolan movies in general are hyped up regardless, so... I don't even think it's something that I have necessarily hyped up. It's like, it's hyped up because it's Christopher Nolan. Which, again, another movie where it's just like... I keep hearing people talking about how great Interstellar is, and I've never liked it. Never liked Interstellar.
Wait, what?
Call the arrangement of the prints, now compare it to that of the planters.
Whoa!
That's right, I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Wingham was digging around the front of them?
It was. Why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. This piece of evidence shows why Chairman Wingham might have been digging in front of the planters. We have this here. I know you said Tenet was... They were doing like a Nolan, like, marathon kind of thing. Because I know you skipped out on the Hunger Games marathon, you skipped out on a couple of other things, but... Again, if you need to take that break, that's what's more important. Like, it's not like these movies are going away forever. I'll Tenet is next week. What the guard said to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was. She may have to try and dig up all 3.
Imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
Why go to all that trouble?
What was he looking for? The guard asked him to dig up something near a planter. Interstellar... The week after that, Interstellar, and this weekend was Dunkirk. Yeah, I don't care about Interstellar. Dunkirk, I think I've seen once or twice, I think. I get confused between a lot of the war movies sometimes. get confused between some. There are several war movies that are very good, but have I seen Dunkirk? I don't think I have. Or have I seen it? I don't believe I have. Again, there's just so many movies. So many movies in so little time. I'm starting to watch like other Nolan films. I haven't seen The Prestige yet. I want to watch The Prestige because I like magician stuff. I like that sort of stuff. It's just, again, I can't explain why. It's just something that I've always enjoyed as a kid. Watching, like, magicians, solving stuff, you know, doing tricks. It's just one of those things I can't explain. Prison stuff, heist setups, like, I think it's just, like, I like the idea of planning. I like the idea of plans and, like, seeing how they play out and how, like, something can mess up and how the characters are able to, like, work their way around a problem kind of thing. It's just one of those things that I can't really explain why I like it, but it just feels right to me when watching something. If I see this, it's like I just really like that. It's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
Right, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on in that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph we took. He goes nothing.
Supposed to hold down in the middle of the planters.
There's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence all down provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow.
How we wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time.
Exactly. When the case went to trial, Excelsior's winner put a huge hole in that theory.
He did?
Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
They would never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives busted gut to find evidence on the scene. Then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winner and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winner was working with the kidnapper?
Was Winner involved, got Lagarde acquitted of the kidnapping, were they accomplices? Father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? You say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. He must have had more to support his theory than just Alldown's message. Actually, I haven't checked this. Did they win any more awards? I did not check the... Hang on 1 second. Did this make more... Did this get more awards? Hang on 1 second. Because that is now officially over. I didn't see if it won any more awards. Did it win more? No, it won... Okay, it only won 8. So it only won the 8. So I guess now that the Emmys have concluded, yeah. So Penguin still won 8 awards. Which is actually pretty interesting that, like, Severance and The Penguin were both nominated for the same amount of awards. However, Penguin won 2 more awards than Severance did. And the studio was nominated 1 less time, but it won 1 more award than The Penguin, so... Yeah. Andor won 4 awards, which is strange. Andor was nominated for 11 and won 4. I have not seen... I have not seen... Andor Season 2, so I can't comment. The Boys won 3 awards, though. The Boys was nominated 4 times and won 3 awards. What did it win? What did The Boys win? The Boys won... Yeah, The Boys won 3 Emmys as well. That's one other thing that we didn't mention. They won Best Outstanding Original Music for a song. They won... Which it beat out Agatha all... It beat out Agatha All Along and an Andor song. So that's interesting. What else did it win? It won most outstanding stunt coordination for drama, and it won outstanding stunt performance. Huh, okay. There you go. So it beat out Penguin for... The Penguin was beaten out by 2 awards for The Boys, actually, for stunts. Yeah. The song is deserved in those 2 other 2 as well, yeah. So 2 stunt performances ones. One for a drama program and one for a just outstanding stunt performance. There you go. Well, I wasn't expecting The Boys to win anything, but hey, it won, nominated 4 times and won 3, so that's really good. That's really good for that show. When you look at like other stuff that was on here that was nominated and didn't win anything, like yeah, Andor was nominated 11 times and only won 4. And then Penguin took away half but nominated like for 17 and took away 8. So that's really good news for those franchises. Absolutely. See, that's why I think the Emmys is way more credible than the Oscars are, because anything can be nominated. Like any show can be nominated for a thing. Superhero shows win Emmy awards, but when do you ever see like a superhero movie getting nominated for anything? Like the last time that I can remember anything like that happening was for Black Panther, and that was years ago. They don't get the same love and respect that they should. Waiting weekly for that was torture. Yeah, you must have. I just don't know what it was. Wasn't exactly a case like you'd like talking about. Waiting weekly for it was torture. I can understand though, like the. Do you feel that way with Dark Wolf? Because I know you really love the Penguin, but Dark Wolf is getting up there, I guess, in the waiting as well. But maybe it's not as bad because there's more things to watch at the moment versus maybe back then. But like I'm thinking like the Penguin is like is like a 10 out of 10 for you, kind of. So maybe that's why it was just torturous. Agent Lang's father, DeLong Lang. Not really, but you're still excited for the Penguin. Just excited, but the Penguin was way better, yeah. So the Penguin is basically like Nosferatu level, kind of, for TV shows, if you had to put something on there. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. Discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Whip. First priority should be to find out what they were. Alright, we have more investigations to do, but we will, It's Mr. Ainsworth. I don't want to switch yet. Little Faith's features. So you want to know all about Little Faith's exciting new features, huh? Not sure I do, actually. Don't be like that. Just back and feast your eyes on what I have to tell you. Little Faith allows the user to recreate a scene in a bunch of different and super interesting ways. So you're gonna tell me no matter what I answered. At the moment, we've got a recreation based on the original police reports. The acting in that was also insane, like Nosferatu, yeah. That's why I was so fascinated that, like, the Penguin is basically, from what I've seen, the Penguin is Kingpin done right. And not that they haven't done Kingpin right, like, they did do Kingpin in the original Daredevil Netflix shows and stuff, like, they did Kingpin fantastic in the Netflix shows. It's just that since Marvel has taken over, it's not been as consistent. But in the Daredevil Netflix show, Penguin was, not Penguin, Kingpin was... That's why I was hoping, like, you know, if it comes to a point where Matt Reeves is no longer doing anything with the DC, just send it to Marvel. Send it to Marvel and give him Daredevil and Punisher and Kingpin, and just give him those heroes and just, let me see what he can do with them. Let him make a gritty crime drama with violence and, you know, let him do that for Marvel, and I guarantee that that'll be better received than anything else that they've done. Like, that's what Daredevil Netflix was for people. And I like the Penguin parts in The Batman, like, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the Penguin is like. Now, based on what we learned from Mr. Down's voicemail. Anytime you want to switch between the two, just say the word. Photo of the crime. Create a simulation based on the picture Mr. Down took. Did anything seem off to you? Yes, there are discrepancies between your recreation and the evidence we've gathered. Contradictions in other words. Yep, I thought so too. Alright, let's look over all the evidence and compare it carefully to the recreation of Mr. Down's photograph. Alright, now we should be able to connect these two things together, I think. Can we connect these two together? I was connecting the... Yeah, the missing... Wait, no. Yeah, connect these two together. The what? Yeah. I hope that the rumors of a Penguin Season 2 are true. I know that they've confirmed that for Batman Part 2, that Colin Farrell will be back in it. The monster stuff in Penguin was so good with all the crime families trying to overthrow each other while Oz is manipulating everyone to win. Yeah, exactly. That's what, yeah. That's the kind of stuff that I think would, like... That's the kind of thing that I think So, the difference between Penguin and Kingpin is that, like, Kingpin is already kind of the head of of the crime families. So he's not necessarily fighting amongst them, he's already there. But what makes the Penguin more interesting is that he is not already there. He has to fight to get to that point. And that's what makes it a little bit more interesting, is that he has to fight to get to be the Kingpin of Gotham, versus Kingpin who's already there and he's kind of just fighting the people that are trying to stop him. And so I think that would make I think if Matt Reeves was given Kingpin, he could still do something similar, but not, it wouldn't feel as good, because the Penguin has to fight his way to get to that point. And also he has his connection with Bruce Wayne, because obviously they went to school together. That's at least how the comics portray it, that the Penguin is what, Batman is what the Penguin could have been had he taken a more, had he taken a different path. Like, I know people like to say the Batman and the Joker are two sides of the same coin, but, Penguin and Batman and, Cobblepot and Bruce Wayne are basically, like, that's two different ways of having the same things, but going in completely different directions. is what I was trying to say. Penguin used his money and his assets to try and become a criminal overlord, but Batman and Bruce Wayne used their money to help out the needy, help out the people of Gotham, help out the thing. So it's like, it's two people with the same assets, kind of, but going in completely different directions. And that's what makes that more interesting. And it's just really good with how they have the different crime families and how they can, they can kind of weasel their way into things. And it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. And also, like, they make people... the Penguin is sympathetic enough to where people can feel for Penguin, but he's also sinister enough to where it's like, this guy is not a good person, despite how they can portray him as sympathetic and that they can portray him as in a certain way. Whereas Kingpin, I don't think, has that same thing to him as well. So the Penguin kind of does have a different... Do?
But I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot! Must have been digging up the ransom money.
Ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. So this seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
Once the footprint's updated, and anything else? Bruce already had it in the Penguin. He even explained where he came from and what he had to do while still making progress to get there. And by the final episode, you will definitely hate Oz because he's a villain in the end. Yeah, that's why I think, like, that's why I don't understand, like, how can somebody compare the complexity of the Penguin TV show with, like, She-Hulk or Agatha All Along? Like, I don't get that. I haven't seen Agatha All Along, so I can't comment, but, like, She-Hulk I have seen. She-Hulk is not on the same level as the Penguin. She doesn't even know how to do her own job right, let alone, like, yeah, it's just, like, not even close. And the interactions between, like, Bruce and Oswald obviously being, like, very, very similar, but just going in completely opposite directions. People complained about the Penguin when it came out because of that he was a villain. I mean, it's fine. Like, to me, that's what it's supposed to be. Like, I mean, I don't get it. Like, Walter White is also a villain. People love Breaking Bad. I don't get it. Like, yeah, he doesn't start out as a villain, but he starts developing as one throughout the series, and to a point where, by the end of the series, like, he's lost basically everything. He doesn't have, you know, it's the same thing. I think people just like to pick and choose what they like and dislike. It's like, you can make a villain TV show and still have it be sympathetic, and still have it be like an origin story, and still have them be diabolical and sinister like they are, which, again, it's just the way things are. Like, the reason he's able to work as a sympathetic figure is because there's so many of these other crime families doing all these things, but once he gets to the top, it's like he's the man. He doesn't need to be Mr. Nice Guy anymore. He has all the control. Now, what are we going to do? Oh, I guess we can start here, it's fine. Sophia is also returning for the Batman Part 2. She was one of the families in the Penguin, so seeing her with Oz again will be interesting. That's another thing as well that's also consistent with the Penguin character, it's his relationship with his mother. His relationship with his mother is also an important. I think they touch on that in the TV show. I think the Penguin's relationship with his mother is probably something that they discuss. Which is also an interesting aspect. And a really well done, like... Yeah. That's what I said. I haven't seen the show, so I haven't seen the show, so I can't be sure. But like in the comics and in like the in other shows, that's always been a big thing as well. Is like he starts out like the way that he does, and it's like it's one. Again, I have to watch the show, but still, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do because. Much like Spider-Man villains are associated to Peter, and Batman's villains are very similar. They're usually related to him in some way or another. Either Bruce Wayne or Batman are responsible for the villains doing something. There's a reason for why they're associated with him. Yeah. It sounds like they did a really good job with that.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Old Down, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Probably want to go to the left first and then go all the way around and then go and investigate the thing. Because these are all the same. It's just a major part of the show and you see a part, yeah. I think that sounds accurate to me. These are going to be the same things. Yep.
How would every dedicated swing fan?
All these people that worked on it clearly cared about this next show. Exactly, and it paid off. It paid off. They won 8 Emmy Awards. They were nominated for 17 Emmy Awards. And they won half of them, basically. That's a sign of a show being a success. They won half of the awards they were nominated for. And even like the other stuff, like The Boys was nominated for 4 and won 3. It won the awards that it was expected to win. And it beat out some tough competition. Andor was nominated 11 times and won only 4. So it didn't deliver as well as people had said. And, you know. That's why these Oscar things are going to be it's going to be very interesting this year to see what's been nominated to win. And I honestly think that Sinners should get nominated like for a number of... It should get nominated for a number of awards and win a number of awards. And then watch everybody, like, after it wins all these awards, come out and be fake, like, Sinners fans. Going to bed now, have to wake up early, have a good stream till next time. No problem, thank you for stopping by, have a good sleep. Thank you for the chats as always. I will see you next time. Yeah, a new Dark Wolf episode coming out. Okay. I guess these things are just going to repeat, so I'm not going to talk to them again. Anything from you? Is this going to be the same thing? Okay, this is just the same thing. Let's see, where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans said I wish it wouldn't, like, repeat these, but I can click on them anyway in case there's something different. Fantastic TV show so far, already better than the Terminal List, which was already a, it wasn't the Terminal List was bad, it's just, this is, like, it's weird that a prequel to a show is better than the sequel, than the original. So it's actually, that's already, like, good praise for both shows, honestly, that, yeah. Good praise for both shows. I think all these are just going to be the same. I'm just going to mash through them anyway, in case they're the same. Just in case we have to examine them for some other reason. Okay, we'll examine the, but he's up later. And that a not so interesting character is interesting, and you way more compelling. Yeah. And that they were in the terminal list, and they were a character that wasn't, like, that's the other thing as well, is like, they were a not so interesting character in the terminal list, and they somehow spun it off into a prequel that ended up being better than the original show. Is impressive to do. Very, very impressive to do that. So far it's an 8.5, if it's going where I think it's going, it'll be a 9. Yeah. That's still a very, very solid score. Like, that's like a... Anything like 8.5 or so and above is, like, already, like, heading towards, like, best of the, like, well and truly, like, undeniably, like, best of the year kind of thing. Yeah, Court Stealing turned into a 9 from an 8.3. Yeah, so that's... Hang on a second. Is that your best movie of the year now? Because if Sinners was an 8, and F1... I don't remember what you gave F1. If is Court Stealing your favorite movie of the year now? Or are you still undecided between those two? Maybe you can talk to these guys again? No. So why are there some of these that are the same, but... Fun and Court Stealing are fighting it out, but Court Stealing surpassed Sinners, yeah. Maybe after the 4th rewatch, depending on your reaction to the 4th rewatch of Court Stealing, maybe it will change, but like, it's still a close, like, I just like that there's a competition between two movies. Of which one you prefer over the other. Seen F1 also around 4 to 5 times, yeah, so it's going to be very, very tough to pick between one or the other, because if you've enjoyed them both as... See, I feel like maybe Court Stealing will have the advantage just because every single time you've watched it has improved it, but then F1's also kind of done that as well. So, I mean, it's not a bad sign at all that there's, like... Those movies are still, like, really good choices for... Like, I can't wait to see what the end of the year reward, like, the end of the year rating looks like, just to see. Yeah. that everything examined? I think so. Don't want to touch that in case it is related to the thing. I think that you've got nothing to say, alright? Alright, I will just... let's examine the, stuff we're missing then. Yeah, court stealing's more of your genre. Even the behind-the-scenes stuff that you send me, with those things is like, you know, with director interviews and just clips and stuff, like those give you hope in terms of like just there are still like good movies out there. You just gotta go and give them a chance. Sworddown took this picture of the president's kidnapping from here. Then called Rosie Ring. At which point his killer must have already been approaching him from behind. With a brick in their hand, ready to strike. Really? That's all that we're getting for that? We're not getting any other... Okay. What if my game just glitched then? Alright, let's examine this. Sure, now we can... It was such a weird year because when something was bad, it was extremely bad, but when something was good, it was really good or extremely good. Yeah, that's why I said, like, I think next year is going to be more consistent. And also, like, yeah, I think it's just going to be more consistent. Like, and then anything in between was just either just... Anything in between was just, like... It was just fine, but it was, like, not only, like, one watch kind of thing. And then... Or disappointing. Stuff that was looking... Stuff that you were looking forward to, but it was just disappointing. So it's like, you've got your extremely bad, extremely good, and then just everything in the middle is just kind of... leaning more towards, like, just the final good... You know, fine for what it was, or just a disappointing. There's not really a middle ground to being like, it was just like, oh, I didn't love it, I didn't hate it, it was just, there's not really any middle ground movies this year, which is very strange. And even with your Naked Gun thing, it was just like, you seem to come out of the Naked Gun feeling like it, you know, you seemed like you seem to enjoy Naked Gun for the comedy, so it was like, you know, I think when we speak about that movie, you speak more positively on that than you do negatively, but it's still just, it was just a good, you know, it was just a good movie, like. He Wang, he was president of Shanghai back then. Yeah, Ballerina was, yeah, I guess it would be Ballerina, because you're a bigger fan of John Wick universe than you are of Nobody 2. But it's so weird, because it's like, you know, Nobody 2 was disappointing, Mission Impossible was disappointing compared to the previous films, Karate Kid Legend was bad, was, like, disappointing as well. But they're, like, varying levels. Any younger? It's kind of dark. Can't really tell. Indeed, the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted. I wonder where they took him after this. We don't know yet, but depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough. Yeah. You've seen Nobody 2 only once, Ballerina 3 times. Something gloomy about this picture, know what I mean? Could have brightened it up a little. Made the subject stand out a little better. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's more disappointing because you've watched it 3 times and you were expecting it to be better, but like Nobody 2, it's like you don't even feel like you want to rewatch it kind of thing. I don't think the lack of light is the photographer's fault, okay? That's true that appears to be broken. Does? Oh yeah, look at that. So you think the idea was to make the subject stand out with lighting, but it maybe didn't pan out? Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I saw that as well. Weapons is on digital now. How was it going on the box office, actually? I haven't checked that recently. Weapons. How much money has it made now? I know it's the second highest grossing horror movie this year. Behind Sinners. How much did it make? It's 251 million. There you go. It's officially passed 6 times its budget. And critical acclaim and box office success. That's all that you can ask for with a original movie. With an original movie, that's what all that you can ask for. And he also was asked about a sequel to Weapons. Have fun with the game until next time. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. So I guess we'll just see. Maybe they'll make a sequel. He said that he doesn't want to make it directly. It's not going to be his next film and not the one after that, but he does have a plan that he would like to do something for it. Maybe a sequel. So I guess we'll see. We will wait and see what he has to say about said thing. Alright, let's doing an origin story for a character, yeah. Welcome, although you seem to have completely misunderstood. I guess we'll just wait and see what he has to do. Resident Evil is his next project. That's all that we can. That's all that we know for the moment. Resident Evil next year, which I hope will be good.
Hey, that snowman. It's melted in the simulation the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed, it still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing.
Oh, poor guy. But some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of feeling, though. Maybe they'd add potential.
Supergirl test screening also happened 2 days ago. I wonder how that was. Movie's coming out next year. How did the test screening go? No idea. Not looking forward to seeing how that turns out. If Supergirl is somehow better than Superman, that's not only an achievement, but also just disappointing as well. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. How was the Supergirl? President's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance.
Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, hey, let's have a look at you.
They have another one with new footage in December. December? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to... it's hard to judge. It's hard to judge that based on that, because they can change things all the time with scripts and reshoots and other stuff, like... I'm sure people will praise it and say that, like... it's the bestest ever, but... 9 months away, I wouldn't be surprised if they delayed it. First thing to note is that they're holding the president at gun.
Try to look all cool and tough waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck.
Their coat and hat completely cover their face, so unfortunately we can't identify them that way.
Yeah, they collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper.
They seem pretty relaxed. Don't think they're particularly nervous.
Yeah, hand to the pocket, classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck.
Okay, that's...
What? You said to judge them by their appearance.
Oh, yes, but I didn't mean it like that. Is that everything? That should be everything, right? So I guess now we just deduce. Because I don't think I have enough logic for anything else. Nope. Alright, deduce from the bloody button. Oh, right. The button on the snowman. And then... at that point... oh, we returned back. Never mind. Why am I getting RuneScape ads? I don't know why I'm getting RuneScape ads. That game isn't even relevant anymore. Alright. We have the button. This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. All Down was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location, the snowman's location, or the president's location? The victim's location, because I would have grabbed it. The victim was clutching the button, and the button's covered with his blood. Which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. All Down lost his balance? He tried to grab something to steady himself, the snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am, within arm's reach to be precise. He's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. Never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? We need to look at all of the prints again.
Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. All Down's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely match up with Mr. All Down's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Alright, now do we have any other things we can, like, interact with? I doubt it, because everyone's in the same position, right? Footprints are the same, footprints here are different. This is different. The body, okay, the body has something we can investigate, and the footprints, Can we really be sure that these are Mr. All Down's footprints?
Oh, they're the same size. 12, which is pretty big. The prints match his shoes. He also goes straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Being a great feat, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Perhaps we should. Body. Investigate the body. What have we got to investigate? Probably just the shoes and the... Just the shoes? Yeah, just the shoes at the moment. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... These aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? It's more, they don't appear to fit properly. Not actually All Down's shoes, they appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place.
These prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right at by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So neither set belongs to him. Then how did he get here?
It's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. There are signs indicating that All Down's body had been moved from elsewhere. So then, where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? Do I have any logic now to pair together? It might be these two together combined, because the brick could still be the murder weapon, but... Okay, no, it wasn't. Never mind. Have I not investigated everything then? Oh, I've got to investigate the other area first, that's why. Never mind, it's the... Oh, the snowman's melted here. Forgot about this part.
I think Mr. Down's body was moved. How else do you explain the button clutching his hand? That would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. Better take a closer look. Okay, what have we got? We got the footprints, snowman itself. Look, there's a brick missing here. One of the bricks from near the snowman is missing. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates too. Oh look, they planted stuff that flowers in winter under that snow. Indeed, a little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless. Even if this is a simulation. Yes indeed, a bit frosty looking, but tasty nonetheless. For simulation. Well, snowman isn't looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. So the mysteries, all we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve these mysteries. Okay. So I see a footprint going towards the body and away from it. I thought for a second it deleted someone else's message. It's like, no, it was just Sari that deleted someone. Sari did good. Still get a bunch of those messages. Still happening. Still keeps happening. So say, if I got the amount of, if all these bots were actual viewers, then it would actually, it'd be so much more easier to just to do streams. But that's the problem, right? Like, if these scammers actually like wanted to like do something, they could actually like help out so many people by actually being legitimate viewers. But it's never gonna be like that, unfortunately. Like, imagine if you're going to have all these people that just do this, like, you could actually just have a legitimate, like, server that actually help people, instead of just pretending to be help. And you would actually be doing some good. You'd actually be doing some good in the world, instead of just scamming people out of money. But, unfortunately, we're not, unfortunately, we're not in that position. We're not in that position where people want to do that. They for sure do not want to do that. They would rather just scam everyone, so yeah, that is what we are at. Very fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. Just like the server that one of the servers that I was a part of, it's clearly a server that is just there for them to think. No one in that, most people in that server aren't like, but still, it's weird. It's just weird.
Just because there's less snow over here, no?
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with the name and face. I think now we can do the logic. Now we can say that the brick used in the murder is connected to the brick. Now we can do this. So I don't know. I feel like I'm out of it in some situations. I'm just, like, sometimes there's too many streams, sometimes there's too many other things going on. And I think I just put up with it because I don't really know any other way to deal with it. I know that it's easier for some to just like pop in for a minute or two and then pop back out again, but I don't feel like I'm able to do that. And sometimes that's probably because some things just become too much to... That's why, like, yesterday was fine. Yesterday wasn't great because I think, but today was a bit easier because there was just less stuff to worry about, but... Brick
from by snowman. Brick used in Aldown's murder was taken from right next to the snowman.
Yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Do we connect this now with the brick thrown by the snowman? Yeah, yes. No, yes, we do. Connect these two together now. Now I think we're up to date. And then... Okay. We've still got a lot to do. So I said, I've been going for nearly 2.5 hours at this point, and we're still not out of the area. Granted, I was talking a lot and doing other things, but I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right, the button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took place, if the murderer took the brick from right behind the snowman and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, okay? Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Gotcha. Alright, here goes.
Oh, she's updated it already now. So we've got a change here to do, and we've also got the footprints and nothing else. Oh, also the light here is broken, but the light here is not. So, I guess we'll go with these then. I'm really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints.
The same size.
Why is this repeating? I don't get it. I don't understand. I can't even skip it. Like, this is the third time I've read this text and it doesn't let me skip it. I don't get it. Like, this is 3 times that I've read this and it's not letting me skip it. Every other time it will.
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed, everybody who was present is in the exact same spot.
So where did we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we base our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? Which one was it? I mean, we based our simulation off of the, we based our simulation off of the photograph here. So that would be the only evidence that was, yeah. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown?
What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body. Why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
But they took the photo to help back up the line.
If he had the president at gunpoint, they could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. Would have had no choice but to comply.
And now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right?
Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense. This picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way!
Okay, staged photograph after he was killed. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he was being kidnapped?
Luckily the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out.
Yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president's kidnapper could have been standing. Wait. why is this is reversed now? Because this light, actually, this light was busted. So that's not reversed. This light was busted, sorry. For some reason I was thinking that it was reversed. I think the only place that it could have been was over here, because the footprints lead to here. And so, yeah, it would have to be... they'd have to be standing, like, here, I guess. So, I don't know where I have to place my indicator. Like, what am I trying to show? Because, like, we thought that they were standing here originally, but now we're thinking that they were standing here. I hope that this is the right spot. Hopefully I don't get a penalty. Am I not picking the exact right place? Is that the problem? Please don't, like, I don't want to... I'm gonna save the game, because, like, it's gonna be one of those stupid things where you gotta have it in the exact right spot, right? It should be here. Do I have to actually select the light post? Is that what it is? Okay. Hang on. Is this like an actual, like, being very specific about where the thing was? Or am I just incorrect with my reasoning here? Unless I'm picking the wrong lamppost. Well, actually, no. We have the picture. I'm picking the wrong lamppost, aren't I? Yeah. Because this picture is the... Yeah, okay, so that means if it wasn't taking place... I was thinking the wrong opposite. I was thinking the wrong opposite. I forgot about the missing lamppost. I was forgetting about the, lamppost. The light's off. So, because the light's off, this is the... But they're saying this photo was staged. So if this photo was staged, does that mean that the... I'm getting so confused. This photo was staged, but then... This photo was staged, but then they're also suggesting that it had to have been... It has... okay. This photo was staged, but then we know that the... I'm getting so confused. This photo was staged, however, we also have proof that, like... Are we trying to find where this photo was taken, or are we trying to find where the positioning was? Because if we want to know where the photo was taken, that's different. I'm getting so confused. They wanted to know where the president and the kidnapper were standing for the staged photo, which means if we don't think that they were there, they'd have to be over here, right? Because that would mean the photo could still be staged by getting it taken over on this side. I don't know why I was thinking over this side. I think that's what they're trying to get at. If they weren't here, the staged photo had to have been taken here, then. Which I guess makes sense now, because there's now this fire that's blocking a whole bunch of stuff, so... I guess that's what I'm supposed to do? Is that the correct answer? Okay, it is. I was overthinking that one. First I thought for a second it was like, oh, they staged the photo, so that means that if it wasn't taken in one place, it was taken in the place with some light, but it's like, no, that wasn't what they were suggesting. Then I realized, okay, I guess they wanted us to know where they... If they weren't standing there, then they had to have been standing on the other side of the other one. I don't know why I was thinking otherwise. I guess I just get that completely wrong again. Call this statement from Mr. Alldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. So all the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
So many. This is a confusing case right now. Positioning, changing positions, forged evidence, swapping in between the two things, We're gonna have to probably go back to the other crime scene and examine that part as well. We're gonna have to figure out what's There we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. I don't know. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged a photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
And you want me to find out? Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the two recreations, I need to first press triangle to talk with Kate, and then switch recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. This is such a confusing case right now. I need to examine all these things again. So mistaking it, this is where Mr. Aldan actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before.
Indeed, we should examine the area where he previously thought it fell to. Anyone else that has anything to say? Because this case is confusing me a bit. Aldan wasn't killed here between the planters at all.
And what's this blood doing here?
Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. If we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are.
Okay, sure. You already know what to do, but I want to examine and talk to everything first. So we've got to go back and examine everything then. Fine.
So this is where Mr. Aldan actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, they put some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing of Mr. Aldan's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film, then staged the photo immediately afterward.
If Chairman Winner was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well.
It certainly doesn't help that SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. I guess now we go back. I don't think I have any other... I've got no more logic to tie together. I've got no more evidence to collect. They keep mentioning for me to go and do this, so... we're going back in time, I guess. Back in time to... the thingy... Back in time to the thing. Time to go back in time. 3K. Oh, we didn't do this either.
A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There's too much going on here. I can't keep up.
Fire was started earlier on the evening of the incident, if I remember right. Before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words.
Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean.
I wonder if it might, yes. Isn't there something here that can't be correct if the fire actually happened first? Should take another look at the effects of the fire on the crime scene. Compare it to the evidence. We're gonna go back anyway to see what the creation is. See how things were.
There we have it.
Alright, let's, see if anything else has changed that I would need to examine. So we've got the blood, we've got the footprints, we've got the location of the body, and things. So we'll just start with the footprints then. That's right, we'll start with the blood and then we'll go... So maybe we can get more evidence. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. It certainly looks as if the murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldan was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did.
Then
think this blood might belong to somebody else.
The police report said the blood was Mr. O'Downs.
Need to remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner. The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small.
Then why go to all that trouble? Couldn't we have just cleaned up the blood instead?
Wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. O'Downs' body. He knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
You mean luminol? Yeah. They would have found traces of blood if they'd used that for sure.
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
We've been looking at a forgery this whole time. That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. O'Downs' clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. If they were, which seems entirely believable, suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. O'Downs' body was placed.
I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. O'Downs was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Left on the scene of the murder 12 years ago, the blood wasn't O'Downs. What else have we got to examine? The footprints, the flour, the brick. Oh, the snow as well. Or the fire, I should say.
This is the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because of the fire one of the kids set. I imagine the snow here melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder? Talk about going from bad to worse.
Fire came first, but just because it caused the snow to melt.
Somebody dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep, and she said it symbolizes the bond between painted or tiled, right?
It was the bond between parent and child, okay? There was another.
Body's bread should be now over by the snowman. Kind of sad nobody being here anymore, huh?
No, Kate, not even slightly. Now that the body is gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb one more time.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
I think that's all this investigated for now. I guess we can go and investigate the body, or maybe do something with the... We've still got something to deduce over here, so... We can investigate the body next. This is where Mr. Alldown really met his fate. He was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back.
Yes, I think that tells us something important. They were left by whoever carried him over there. Alright, nothing else new for this part. I guess we just needed to do something with this area then. I've got no other clues right now. I guess we can use something by saying that, like, the... Because if you look at this, like, I think the fire's been set to cover up something with the blood. Like, the blood looks like there's more of it that should be there. And so I guess we'll just figure out what's supposed to be there. So maybe we can do something with the fire to say that there was a fire in here. Wait, is that not really what I was supposed to do? There's something here that has to be deduced, because that's why it's there. I was thinking that I had to do something with the fire to... Oops, I accidentally clicked on that one. So it's something to do with the fire, because I think we need to do something with either the fire or the blood, The reason I say that is because we need to, like, unless it's got something to do with... It's either the fire or the... I think we have to deduce the fire... I thought I had to deduce the fire here, but I guess we already mentioned that this was the fire. So maybe we have to do something with the bloodstain then, because the bloodstain is being covered up by... Maybe this is the fire instead. Okay. So it was, I knew it was either this... I should have figured that out myself, like... The fire... We got the fire evidence from the smoke there, so that would have been what it was, and then I guess we had to say that the fire made the bloodstain disappear. That makes a little bit more sense, I guess. Fire made the bloodstain disappear. So maybe that so yeah, clear contradiction. Are we in the next area yet? I don't think we are. No more trophies that I have to worry about for now, but I do have to worry about, like, if there's any extra endings or anything I need to check. Are we in the next area yet? I guarantee we're not finishing this today. Like, we've got 4 hours, maybe, if that. And then we got the credits and all the other stuff, so it's gonna take a while. I did start earlier today, but still, like, there's chances are that we're gonna just not finish. Especially since, we'd spent, like, a long time in, well, even this part here, it's almost been 3 hours, and we've not even gone to the next intermission section yet.
The bloodstain?
That is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started.
The fire happened before the murder, no?
If you choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, which I mean, I'm guessing that, just looking at how it looks so weird, because you can see that the fire has covered up the blood markings in the in this situation, but because it's a video game and they've got the yellow outline and they've got all the other stuff, it's so blatantly obvious that some things happen over the other, whereas if it was a real crime scene it would be a lot less obvious because it would have blended into the ground a little bit better. But yeah, it is what it is. Getting lit might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You're Shifu? The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Shangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage? Possibly even the child who set the fire? Should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Why was this not in the evidence? I mean, the investigation's complete at least. We didn't even get a full health bar back. So it doesn't give you a full refill. Damn. We made a lot of mistakes. We nearly died. Shifu, I'm back. That was very, very quick. Brought everything the police had on the fire. And I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, That time, what kept you? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Okay. This is a very, very detailed picture. These people look familiar. I believe the guy in the purple suit is obviously the president, right? And I've got the time was basically at either midnight or the afternoon. He's got a bouquet of flowers in one hand. In the other hand, he's got the plushie, the Torosaurus plushie from the thing, which we've determined is a voice recording device. Then you've got the swings there, and is this actually? What does he look like? And then we've got whoever this is on the left. This is such a weird, like, because it's a kid's drawing, right? You've got to assume that it's like that they're gonna make it look like someone's playing, but it's like, are they? I guess we need to see the full picture, but because I can't see the thing, it's obscured a little bit. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? Looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, I'm willing to bet it's the work of a child who set the fire. Okay, we can look at it a little bit more in depth now. Picture drawn by the child who caused the fire during the incident 12 years ago. It depicts what he saw the night of the incident. We're gonna look at that picture again, because I couldn't look at it properly. Oh. Oh, that's who it is. Okay, this explains things now. Remember when I said that there was not just one, but two assassins on the loose? The second assassin is this guy, because this has to be Canis, because the knife, that looks like a knife in his right hand, and then there's the little, like, yellow parts. Those would be the bells. And so I guess this means that this here is a... Is this his dog? In his left hand? But then we've also got, like, in... They've drawn this so weird. I know it's a kid, but still... Wait... I know this is a kid's drawing, so you have to put some... You've got to put some, like, thing into it, but it's like, a kid would draw it like they are seeing it, right? Does something look weird about the president? Like, the face looks weird. The face looks weird. And also the beard is not long enough. Because remember, his beard was, like, bigger, I think. From what I remember. Something's up with this photograph. Like, not the photo, this drawing. I know a kid drew it. But something's up with this photo. This almost looks like they're posing for the photograph. Something's definitely up with this photo. Something's definitely up with it. What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, why do you think my father kept this? Imagine he inquired at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Can we see the case file for the fire too?
Sure, here.
If you would just give me a moment to read through it. Okay. Let's read it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later.
Must have been because you saw something, right?
No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. It's sadly not unimaginable.
Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. What's this?
What's it doing in this case file?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind? It looks like a horn.
So it looks like the Torosaurus head. Obviously it's not this big, but it doesn't look this big, but it's still a horn. So I guess the thing, we do have the plushie on us, so I guess you could say the plushie would be the closest thing. Because I don't think like this. We don't have any other evidence, right, that like shows the horn. So it'd have to be the horn. And remember, this one's missing it's missing something as well, but we can't examine it. Don't know what it was doing in the evidence for the case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's.
You've seen it before?
Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? Never know. The toy itself should still be on the 51st floor.
Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Chief, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Chief, the Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there.
How does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly.
And any more recordings on there?
Hi, Dijon. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Emily. I know it's been a while. Emily? Saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. Didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off right now. Wait a sec. I mean, again, it was they were highly suggesting that she was involved somehow. Is this her? That's the only thing I can think of, because she brought the president flowers. She has a connection with Sean, who was apparently her son, which, again, getting into the age debate, like, she would have been like 12 or 13 when she had a child, which would have been borderline illegal. Well, actually, not even borderline illegal, it would have been just straight up illegal. In most, if not all, the world. So, and now the orphanage thing makes sense, because they said 12 years ago. So something's happened with the orphanage. I don't think Sean is her son. I think Sean has to be like an adopted son, because the 12 years. Sean being 13, 12 years being with the orphanage thing, the age gap between Verity and Sean not making any sense in a legal standpoint. Something's up with this. Let's go into Judge Cavell. You okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy, your beautiful little boy. Sorry, that's pretty much all I've wanted to tell you. Except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. There's a nice ring to it, don't you think?
again, this is also another reason as to why voice acting is good for these games, because you missed something. So I guess this is supposed to be Verity that's on the thing, because they said that she had a boy. But this also makes it even worse, because this means that she had a child at like 12 or 13 to the president. How is this part? How old was the president? The president was 58. You meaning to tell, if this is true, you're meaning to tell me that a 46 to 47-year-old president had got a 12 to 13-year-old girl pregnant? That's what it's suggesting to me. That's what it's suggesting to me. At least what it's probably got something to do with the orphanage, but still, if this is what's actually happened, this is not something that I was expecting them to go and pull out. I was not expecting them to pull out an underage storyline, which obviously has a ton of problems to it. There's no way that they could be doing that. It has to be adopted. It can't be real. It can't be real. No way. No way are they going to do that as a no way. Dun is right. All these revelations, the stuff with the orphanage, faking, what have we dealt with so far in this case? The second case trial, the fourth case trial, we've still got to figure out who kidnapped the president, we've still got to figure out who kidnapped Sean, we've still got to figure out who murdered the president. We've still got to figure out, what's going on here. What? Oh no, what's going on? We're not finishing this game today, I don't think. Like, not with all the mysteries behind everything else. It's like, we haven't even gotten to the intermission part yet, and we've been 3 hours in. I think we have to do another stream. Kid! Also, that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you'd like, even if it's only just this once. But welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. My mind is, this case is confusing, but also so much is going on. I don't know how to possibly recap this. I'm sticking by my guns that this is my favorite and the best Ace Attorney title. And what is so strange about it is that this was not localized until last year when it came out. This was not localized until last year, and this is the best Ace Attorney title. And it's not to say that the other Ace Attorney titles aren't all really consistent. But this is the best Ace Attorney game, and this is my favorite Ace Attorney game. And they only... yeah, they've done a great job. A lot of emotion and reactions for sure. This is probably like... Is it the best visual novel that I've played? It's so... it might just be. I really like Danganronpa 2. But it's not as consistent as this. I really like Danganronpa 2, but I think this might be better than Danganronpa 2. I haven't played a lot of visual novels, so I can't really give a lot of, like, input for that. But, like, this might be... Yeah. Because Danganronpa 2 has some very, very emotional, like, parts in that as well. I probably think this might be better than that.
He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean, isn't my biological... Okay, they put that out of the way. He's not biological. Okay, they've solved that. He's not the biological son. That gets rid of the creepy factor. So she adopted him. That gets rid of the creepy factor with this case. Adopted. I figured it had to be. If it wasn't, that would have gone... this probably wouldn't have gotten past the censors. He was aware of this. Yes, of course. His mother, Emily Fenn. She died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. Yeah. I mean, I got the reaction last time I played this because I looked at the ages when they were first suggesting that, and it's like, the ages are not right. And it's like, they at least didn't go that way, which I'm glad that they didn't, because that would have been very creepy, but... I'm just like... How did they... This game's connections to every single case. I know every Ace Attorney game kind of does that. But this is one game where every single case feels like it's connected, and it just has something to do with... Like, the case that has the least connection to this is the third case, but... The third case in itself was already 2 cases in one, and so it's just like... What is this game? Like, yeah. It was like, yeah, who hurt Gavel? I was like, and then yeah, exactly. It's just like, this game has a way of just... Here's one revelation. Oh, what... immediately jump to one emotion and reaction. Then this happens. Oh, wait, this is happening now? And then we've still got a mastermind to figure out. We've still got to figure out who kidnapped Sean. We've still got to figure out who killed the president. We've still got to figure out who the mystery person with the thing was. But we've still got all this to figure out. We've got this photo now. This photo where it clearly looks like... This has to be Canis. The Red Hood. Who's the Red Hood? This looks like Canis. This looks like the president, but at the same time, the president's beard looks weird, and the face looks weird as well. Like... Something's up. Something's up with this. I don't know, but we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. So, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, he had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. And, like, Gavel's character development to try and, you know, going from, like, her initial insertion in the second case to showing a little bit of corruption in the third case to straight up just, like, being on winner's side in the fourth case, and now we have this case, like... This has to be one of the biggest character arcs for a single character in these games. Like, Gavel's character has... Each case that she's been in has been consistent, one after the other after the other. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And even Eustace as well, the same thing. Eustace had a ton of development in this. Like, he finally got to stand up to his father after, like, that mind chess match, and then him coming back and basically, like, righting the wrongs that his father had done by allowing us to continue investigating and to thing. Like, it was just, like... They've done such a fantastic, fantastic job with these characters. I mean, they do them with every single game, but, like, this one here is, like... Every character has growth, and it feels natural for them to react in certain ways. It's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. You feel like only investigation series have the character growths? Miles is kind of... It's not consistent across every single game, but I would say Miles himself has character growth. Maybe in the first couple of games, maybe the first game. But it also kind of just... also... The normal series of static characters already have their developed quirks. I think Miles can be argued that he would have growth, maybe for the first game. First game as in the first, Ace Attorney, the very first one, not Investigations 1, Oh, you mean supporting characters? Supporting characters? So that would be just... Yeah, supporting characters rarely have growth, because, I mean, Maya and Pearls, and... They're not really supporting characters, I would say that they're main characters. This here is, like... supporting characters are, like, the focal point. Like, even if we go over this case alone, like... Kay goes over... Kay is I would say Kay's a main character, but, like, she goes through so much in the first two games. These characters have had so many, like, growth points. Like, Sean and Gavel, especially. Even the stuff with Eddie and Francisco. I wish they explored this more. I don't know why they didn't. I like that they had Eddie, like, forgive Miles. I don't know why they didn't have Eddie and Francisco butting heads. Because I would have thought that would have worked too. Have Eddie being like, he forgave Miles, but then Francisca have her acting more like her father, and having to have Eddie confront that. I'm surprised they didn't go and do that. Eustace was fantastic all throughout the game. Then we got like a few other characters as well. Like, they've done a very good job with the supporting cast. It might actually just be for the investigations games that they've really focused on that. I think it's because we get the different perspective. We're always looking at it from the defensive side, defending people, but this is the opposite. There's no courtroom drama kind of thing. It's more realistic, I guess. He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Shangfar. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. But even this music, like... Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Emily, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? Like, this case makes me really, like... It really makes me feel, you know? Like... It's just a... This feels like a journey. And the other games do have a journey-esque to them, but this has to be the only game where they truly had every case connected. In some way or another. And even, like, the tutorial case. The tutorial case in this game is probably the best tutorial case, outside of maybe... Ace Attorney 3, which I think was that Trials and Tribulations? I can't remember that. I think it was Trials and Tribulations was the name of the third one. She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it. Because she couldn't make it. She never saw the president again. And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? Could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over.
You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, it's about me, I'm staying. It didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it, that was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I... Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gravel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. This music is just... These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now he too is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Oh, this game is... Shifu! Been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't wait. They said something else from Shangfa. President Wang's will. Do we have more evidence I can check out? No, not yet. What? The President's will, huh? He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Alright, what does Langshi have to say? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Oh. Could that be why he was murdered? Because remember, I believe Lang mentioned that, like, it got to the point where they had nothing else left to earn from the president, and so he eventually just gave them something in the will. And if he was going to come forward and acknowledge that Sean was his son, would that have messed up someone's, like, inheritance? Would that have messed up somebody's, like... That would have messed up something for someone. Okay. Sean's name appears in the president's will? We're certain the document is authentic. That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old and it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident occurred. What happened, so sorry. I want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd slap my name on it, being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cast a stir. Yep. Yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son. Yep. Alright, so, I guess he was gonna inherit something. Because obviously he wouldn't be the president you know, it's not like he becomes the president if the president dies, but the president has something that Sean would have gotten, and by that coming out, it probably would have made something happen with someone. So I'm guessing that we're gonna find out what, yeah. All the revelations. Just, Gumshoe just... Normal reaction. Yeah, what's gonna happen now? Oh no. Don't run away again! Last time you ran away you got kidnapped. We can't have that happen. No. Oh, there we go. There's the interlude, I guess, or the, only took us like nearly 3.5 hours. Save the game. I don't see myself finishing the game today, so I'll have to come back for another stream, but I can probably guarantee that the next stream we will finish the game. Depending on time, I would think. And I can't wait. It's the last platinum trophy that I need. Outside of the crossover, if they do... Please, Capcom, if you are listening to me right now, and you have plans for Tokyo Game Show, please give me a new Ace Attorney, or announce the crossover with Layton. I need more of these games. I've played all of your games on the PlayStation from beginning to end and got all the platinum trophies. Please give me a new Ace Attorney and give me, or at least give me the crossover with Layton. And that's all that I ask. That's all that I ask. That's what I'm hoping for. I guess we'll find out in like 2 weeks' time whether we get a new Ace Attorney game or not. They've been pretty consistent in terms of when they've been coming out, so only one more game left to do. Maybe they announced both of them. Maybe they just announced the one, but just some news, something. Just something. April 6th, 4:51 PM, big building, empty loops. Who's my dad? Can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. He was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mum. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened, and he wouldn't have... I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here. With me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Shang Fur, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. Yeah, we kind of have to... We have a murder to solve, and we have a kidnapper to figure out. We have a renewed sense of... the case and a renewed understanding. So now we have even more reason to solve this. Not only to, you know, figure out what happened, but also just... solve what happened to Sean's parents. Solve what happened to, you know, give them some closure, I guess. No, it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all end up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now that what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now what we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. Alright. The real story of the SS5 incident. Time to get into some more, I don't remember what they call these. Arguments, I guess, yeah. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. Torosaurus story proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Emily Fan. Except he was kidnapped and all down happened to see it. If all down hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the set. So that's our current theory, is it? Now we can read the actual incident report. 12-year-old incident in which President Wang was kidnapped and the sole... Actually, we already read this. We don't need to read it again. I'm sure it's going to come up at some point because it's just the way that the case goes. It's always something to bring up, but again, I press every statement just to get additional information. That's usually the best way to go with these games. Something I still don't understand. There is. This. Why was staging the photo? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he did? It's a good question. We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. Alright. Let's get into it. We have, well, we've just reached... does my game tell me where I actually just... We are currently in the middle still, so we've gone from, understanding the, thing to now... We're still... What are we still going to solve? We're still going to solve the kidnapping. We're still going to solve who killed the president. I think most of the other things are solved at this point. So now I've got to connect, I guess, the incident, the SS5 incident to the present day, and then bring forth the mastermind. Still feels like there's just so much stuff to do. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I don't care how long it takes. We will, you know, this week we will have the platinum, but I'm just gobsmacked right now with how many revelations are happening with this game. And just when you think you've got one thing solved, another thing presents itself, and then that presents itself with something else. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence. This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay. Plushie. That's a recording device concealed inside it, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Emily. To record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight? Whoa, you're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team. You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it. Do you realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Could you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? You two will peel away the layers of the truth like the skin of a wolf. I'm sure of it. You said less unfortunate sounding? Shall I continue? We go over the details once again. So Mr. Alldown saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage. And he was standing next to the snowman. The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed a brick and... Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go over all of this again, but can't we do this less dramatically? Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
Mr. Aldan hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. Could it? Makes it sound as if it was Mr. Aldan's fault. He was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Aldan was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. The ransom was paid and he came home safely, right? She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor, then let's continue, shall we? So it's gonna have to be some of the newer evidence that we need to... That's probably the one we have to present something for, and it'll have to be some of the newer evidence, just because we've come into... We've got some new, we've got some new knowledge of things that have occurred. So something is definitely... Something is definitely up now. We've just got to get there. It's another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all of the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first put it all down and see. You saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film in Aldan's camera. And staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and then they moved Mr. Aldan's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. Secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light.
I'm sure that's really what happened that night.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? Get the sense we're still not seeing everything. There's something else at play behind it all.
There is? But what?
There's a piece of evidence we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further. Right, so I think it's the fourth statement because they mentioned something specifically before about it. And usually that fifth statement one isn't correct either because it's usually just them analyzing everything that's happened. So it has to be the fourth statement, and it has to be something new. If Alden hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, but just a kidnapping. What new evidence do we have? It was just these. I feel like we have to do something with these. So they're saying that he's saying that if Alden wasn't there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. But that's not the case because this bloodstain on the ground, we know that it's not Aldan's. They've said that it isn't Aldan's blood, so that means that it wasn't just a kidnapping, there was something else that happened here, because why was there blood on the ground and it wasn't Aldan's? So we have to figure out who this bloodstain is from. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldan hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldan wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldan was murdered over by the snowman. Can have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. You're the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. Who would the second person be? We have no clue what the second person is right now. We know that All Down was killed. All Down was killed by somebody, and we also have a picture of a kidnapper. So we have the picture of the kidnapper, and we also have a picture of the president. So someone's killed somebody. Who is the second? It's saying they covered up a whole separate murder? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. They didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. It clearly shows that something else happened that night. Again, we have the... It has to be this, because this was... The picture drawn by the kid... No one's mentioned anything with this at all. Especially since we know that the person holding the person hostage was wearing a... They were wearing a suit and pants, and yet why does this exist? What is the reasoning for this existing? No one's mentioned anything like this before, so something else has happened here. And we have a different time zone as well. That's the other thing. The time that this took place on was it looked like midnight. So something's happened here, and we just don't know what this is yet. So it has to be this, right? It can't be any other... anything else. It cannot be anything else. Like, that's the only other piece of evidence we haven't really discussed. Especially since we don't know what this second... And we know who this is in the left... We know that the person on the left here is Canis. Because we can see the knife, and the knife has the yellow part on it, which was the bells. And what looks to be a... that looks like an elephant, but... Yeah, something's up here, like, it has to be... The president even looks weird. There's something going on with this photo. I guess we have to investigate it. Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. There was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why. He did? What was it? It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that the president on the right... That's the president on the right-hand side. And that the Torosaurus toy... And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? The only person that we have that's an option here is... Like, who's bald? It has to be Canis, right? We haven't got it... We've only seen him in prison clothes. Actually, no, we haven't. I was gonna say, we've only seen him in prison clothes, but it's like, no, we've seen him in, we've seen him dressed in the traditional, wear, so... In that flashback photo where it showed him with the dog. So it has to be Canis. No one else in this... No one else is... The only other person that's bald was Winner, but he set his hair on fire, but I don't think that it was him. Not dressed in that garb, anyway. So it has to be Canis. And Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be bodied harmer Canis.
Creepy assassin guy?
What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Okay. So that means that the an attempted assassination then? Some people really want this president dead, like Shelley the Killer trying to kill the president. Now we've got Canis trying to kill the president, like interesting. Okay. What is the reasoning for this though? We still don't know why.
Wouldn't the guard and Chairman Winnow,
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination. Not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently.
yeah, we haven't met him.
Indeed, so we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Shangfar may not be a big country, but he held that place together. President Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, Oh, right. Because remember, the first guy who was the president, he was like, at first he was like acting like that, and then you could see he had like inflated muscles and stuff. So what, are they saying that there was like a body double, or that there was 2 of them? Because I mean, that also is a thing that can happen. Not just in games, but in real life as well. Like, there are definitely people that would do that. Presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. They were twins, one was a body double, or it was a mistaken identity. It was not mistaken identity, absolutely not. Could not have been mistaken identity because of how much access the both of them had. I doubt that they were both twins. I wonder how that would actually work. I don't know if that's actually ever happened in history, where someone who was the president had a twin. And when I say president, I mean anybody in power. Could you imagine if that actually happened? That there was somebody who ruled that had a completely identical twin? That would be interesting, plus also pretty dangerous for the one who wasn't the actual president. Like, I don't know what they would do there. I feel like they would have to, like, do something where, like, both of them travel together. Like, I feel like that person would have to... I feel like the twin would have to have, like, the same life as the president. And that they wouldn't be allowed to do as much, because it's like, I feel like they would be in constant danger? And, like, constant, like... Could you imagine if there was, like, 2 presidents and they just, like... You couldn't have one flying somewhere and then one somewhere else. I feel like you'd have to just have them in complete, like, secret, or you'd have to, like, do something. So, it has to be a body double, and that's the one that makes the most sense in terms of actual, like, real life stuff. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. Body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Shangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gold Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. That doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Yes, we should. Should have more proof for that. We should have the... this. Because there was inconsistencies with the... There was inconsistencies with the case file, where they were saying, like, we could see in the photo that it was midnight, when that Canis photo was taken, but then there's also, proof that they were in another place as well, so, yeah. I think he's noticed a contradiction staring at him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Emily Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. And anyway, he could have been in two places at once, as if there was two of him. So the real president, that was the one who... died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. That is... What? What? Okay, how? Like... That has to... How did someone do such a... If the real president died 12 years ago, how did they do such a good job of covering up that that wasn't even the real president? Like, they did such a good job to the point where actual assassins still thought it was the real president. They kept that under lock and key, for sure. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? We'll figure that out. We'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered that was a fake. Fake evidence? What was it again? The fake evidence was the photograph. The... picture taken when Mr. Old Down's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Old Down was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place. This is what? What is this? No, what is actually this? Like, what is this case right now? Like, the president's body double. The president's body double killed one of the real president killed so he could take over the presidency, and then he's now subsequently being killed by someone, and we still don't know who's done it. This case is just... I don't know what to say about this case. I don't know what to say more about this case. Like... What? Come on now, like... And Excelsius winner and FIFA that God helped him do it. This is, like, beyond the courtroom at this point. Like, I thought we were dealing with a mastermind that was like in charge of the court system. No, this is like in charge of an entire country now. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Oh, boy. Like, if the president's body was in the thing the whole time, like, that would mean the president's body is the president's body is the one that was... They weren't digging up money. What if they were... If they were buried... So he wasn't digging up... Winner wasn't digging up the money. He was digging up the body then. Because again, that... Because how else does that mean that... That means that the real okay, so this means that the real president... So it's... Chairman went and dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean... That's right. The real president's body, I think it's highly likely. And if that's the case, how does the... Yeah, like... Okay. The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, give me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains we found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Okay, interesting. I was not expecting this. This is... Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsior's women. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. No doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. The SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Okay. was a murder, huh? This case is taking so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. I am also starting to lose track, and we're still not even close. We still don't know who killed the murder, only just discovering parts of it. We still don't know who killed them. We still don't know who did the kidnapping. We still don't know why these things have happened. Perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
Okay. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. Footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. L. Down seem likely to have actually been made by the President upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis.
So sad. So happy to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed, but at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
It's all Down's murder.
Seems you witnessed a key moment in the event's proceedings. The moment when our culprit, the so-called kidnappers, okay, so now I've got... the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gate at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point...
The body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. L. Down.
Leading to our unfortunate eyewitness
being murdered by the man who was planning to replace the president. So was it the body double who moved Mr. Alden's body down too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
Now, none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. It shows how the body diver managed to move the body without leaving any footprints. Would have been... Yeah, it would have been the shoes. So what they could have done is... If they already determined that it wasn't his shoes, so the chances are is like they could have put the shoes on and just stepped over the footprints. Which that's also been done in several crime cases before, where people have just tread over the same footprints.
Take that!
president's double moved Mr. Elden's body like this? After clearing settle down, could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president,
Of course. These would have been the same shape and size.
but that doesn't explain the footprints on the other side, because there was multiple footprints on the other side, I believe.
Would have looked like a single set of footprints. That's how it went down. So glad we finally figured it out. Hey, but there's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
They didn't pretend there was a kidnapping.
Stole down and seen the president at the orphanage. Left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. Would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. Well, they erased it by killing Rosie, I guess, but that happened 12 years later, so that's also what's weird. Like, why did it take them 12 years to figure out who it was? So they had to make it look like as if the events described in the message were true.
I staged a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi the guard.
She's the one in the trench coat. Can you be so sure of that?
Two of them would have had to walk beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. But I could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
The other set of footprints were hers.
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. About size 9. Too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by a warden of the guard. That explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. Yep. Okay. Does. Which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Yeah, they would have also noticed something similar with the other things too, I guess. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. The picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Cheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it as a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Yep. This is one hell of a case. Is it indeed intriguing? Who is this? Who is talking? What? Who's there? Oh, wait, Kane. Oh, you're here! Canis is here, okay. Well, they did say he escaped from prison, a couple of days ago. That sound, is that a bell? What did harm a Canis? What the heck are you doing here? Oh, the Lord, you think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help but overhear the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or something else, should I say. Or someone else, I should say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly, but that's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. To find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. Oh, you know who the red raincoat killer is. We do not know who the red raincoat killer is, so... it's not you.
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind? So they've got two assassins looking for them. Shelly the Killer and... Butted Harmer Canis. Are we gonna get Shelly the Killer and Canis in the same room, like doing something? That would be kind of cool. It's your friend in a red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat? Prosecutors looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmet? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago. My unexpected savior. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, the guard, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. If I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat— oh, this is the president. People treat me like I was him. They worship me. This is the fake president, I think. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't just be as good as him? So that's the fake president. There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me! Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Emily. In order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. People such as Chairman Wyndham. Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
She arranged that the president could meet his son, that would have been a perfect opportunity.
Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. One regard. Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right?
A prank. It was nothing of the sort, my dear. Now, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in an igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and the guard carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sort of little plot. Oh, so they were in the oh, there was someone in the igloo. Like, plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what really had happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, he thought to erase both our footprints from the scene. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
That's what the fire was for.
Must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. While they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of the side entrance.
Who's that
Never answer my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, yes I do. Oh, he was giving his... Wait, he was giving his, like... I didn't realize that this was his, what do you call it? I didn't realize this was his, argument thing. I thought he was just talking to us, but I guess I just turned it immediately into a... into something. So obviously we'll just... we'll press everything, of course. As we always do. Press all the statements and then go from there.
Hold it.
You're pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. Back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. Made my peace with that, and I'm happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes, yes I am. I'm sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically thought nothing of murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. I can't afford for him to not to talk. I need to tread carefully as I can. Very well, you killed the president, and you're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. Wouldn't want you thinking I drew my blade and missed.
Hold it.
You a target, but you're an assassin. Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own. Impermanence is inheritance the way of the assassin. Life-takers' lives are taken, so it goes. Wait, does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or...? It happens, occasionally, but it is not what happened this time.
whoops. That was supposed to be... That was supposed to be the, what do you call it? That was supposed to be the, this one.
Hold it.
Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and a famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been a little, would have been a little more than a minor inconvenience. I mean, maybe, but at the same time, like... You overestimate me, Miles, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without helmets here, I couldn't even walk down the street. I mean, I guess that would also intimidate people as well, as that there'd be a dog. These 3 sets, I wouldn't have lost it more than a few moments. See, so even the most proficient assassins are equipped to face a full frontal assault. I'm not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say.
Hold it.
So are you looking for him? Surely not. Some of you are trying to find him just to say thank you. Wouldn't you like to know? Certainly owe him a debt of gratitude. I think we can all agree to that. Helmet took a liking to the child. He even did tricks for him. Poor, lie down, that kind of thing.
Right, but your dumb tricks are different from the ones you were used to, right?
A little, yes. If I tell him to lay down, he wraps his mouth around the subject's leg and...
Not listening, I'm not listening! That's enough, okay?
I'm teasing, of course. The tricks he performed for the boy were entirely innocent. Guess he really did feel that he owed him something.
Sounds like kind of an interesting relationship Mr. Canis has with his young pup, huh?
Yes, I wonder if something in it might hold the key to our mastermind's motive.
Dad will meet many other people with a direct connection to them. Let's see what we can convince him to share. Oh, okay. Did I miss a statement? Maybe we missed this one.
Hold it.
So the two of you have met before. Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. Not long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. Flashback. It was snowing more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. Taking Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. Inside I found two young boys shivering in... I've seen this. I've seen these kids before. I know I've definitely seen the one on the right. I don't remember if we saw the one on the left. The one on the... we saw them with the... That's the picture from the third case. So I guess this is how it relates to the third case. Because we saw the picture of Frost and... Was it Frost and... Gusto? Was it Frost and Gusto? I'm pretty sure I've seen this kid... I remember this. I remember that kid's face. I don't know if the other one was. One of them is tied up with their. One of them is tied up with their hands bound. What is going on with this case? Yes, and had I found them, even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. Took them both to a nearby orphanage. So, Mears, there's something significant about what he just told. I mean, yes, absolutely. What is it about Mr. Cancer's statement that's especially noteworthy? The date, the number of people, or the make of the car. It wouldn't be the make of the car. It'd be the date, because remember they mentioned that... Yeah, the date is significant. And that would explain why he was at the orphanage. So the date, yeah, the date. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of it? I am. Holy smokes. We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Canis found the children. We have the...
Who's that Pokemon?
It was the IS-7 incident. It was also on, yeah, Christmas Eve. So this ties, this is now tying into case 3. So that means that those two kids, definitely one of the kids we saw in the picture. And this is going all over the place. Every single case is relevant to this case. That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. Incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. Yep, okay, there's the picture. So now I've got the son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Huh. Are they not going to be relevant to this case? I wonder. Son of the victim... Now that you mentioned it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of the murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. It must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son Tastes' creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained to me. It seemed that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. The shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids. But if this is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? I remembered. The puppet and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. Okay. Yep. Everyone just, apparently just popping up all over the place. Seems to be accurate, I guess, to what's, potentially happening here. You mean the guard winner and the president, I assume?
Well, one of the guy was in charge of the prison when he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. Then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. She admitted President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. Somebody had exposed the president as a fake. It would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too. Exactly. Not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing my nights. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. Thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. Oh, that's the... I know you're a very busy man, but anyways, that's all where we'll be. Goodbye. That's, Oh. Oh, you. Sorry, I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. Might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I was unaware that he had that child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. The son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. For longer than you may realize. The president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case for the worst. It's not enough simply to have Canis' word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. The will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all. Name the recording, the preparations he had made, his will. Those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince more than the guard to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. Sean's true identity with it. President Ryan was more agile than I had anticipated. He blocked my first knife force with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, the next strike had hit its mark. It was Canis who tore the horn off of the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup. Okay. Oh, again, pressing all the statements.
Who's that Pokemon?
You stopped responding? That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmet did too, of course.
Big scary mutt really said that? What, like, woof woof, that's barking mad?
He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear.
Doesn't? Okay, well then at least let me ask you something. What look he's giving you? The super intense kind of scary glam. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
Might be. Stretchworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond of Canis' pet, it seems. There's a boy. Now, where was I? Ah, of course. I suddenly stopped hearing from the pop.
Hold it!
Does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? Attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all these years. Wouldn't the guard murdered by Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran? Celsius Winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. The more I think back, the more it seemed at the time. Some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all these incidents. Still have no clue who it could be, though. It's like that thing with, like, some of the previous cases where it's just like, there's always... Sometimes you know, but then when they do, like, a thing with the mastermind, it's like, oh, who could it be? It could be this person, it could be this person. Then it ends up being, like, someone that's just completely, like, out of the blue. Just random as to who it could very well be. You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom. Could you be any more brazen? If Faith would struggle to get away with something like that, I thought I'd temporarily steal it. Fear not, nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It's necessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Look at that. My way felt you escaped, but
I want to arrest you right now.
There'll be no need for that, Detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell.
You serious?
That's the other thing as well. It's like, he just randomly escapes for some reason, and then he's just like, after I'm finished with my business, I'm just gonna go and, let me just go back to my cell and I'll just, everything will be, like, he still escaped prison.
Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out of when you please.
Strange that you should say that. Aren't you the one who strolled in and tried to dig into my past only recently? Agent Line Detective Gumshoe, you need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure think so. Kinda knew you were gonna say that.
Fine, but I'm taking my eyes off Dogman. Not even for a second, you hear? Okay, No, I still don't get it. See me? Who's this puppy keeps talking about? Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. Particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Correspondence, Chess? Like, we know that he was connected with Knight, but Knight can't be the young pop, surely. Like, we know that they... Yeah. We know that they had connections with the prison. So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison. I was via a post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. Never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. Yeah, something's definitely up with this case. He keeps saying young pop, so... And considering he was a kid... Hang on a second. He was a kid... How many years ago was it? 12 years ago? No, 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Was he a kid 18 years ago? I mean, it could be a lot of people, but... Because surely it'd have to be someone that we've met, right? So... That's the thing. It's like, it could be someone that they've met, it could be someone that they've... It's being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? Playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our... So it could be Knight, then? Because Knight and him were doing correspondence chess, remember? And Knight's 24 years old at the time of this game, so he would have been a kid at the time. Didn't you used to play that with? As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Case's chess opponent was... Mr. Knight! Yeah, it was Mr. Knight! We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. Yeah, so it's the same... Yeah. So does that mean... Knight had something to do with all this ISO 7 business?
that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Okay, so now because they're talking about the correspondence chest, so now we need to... We do have connection because he would have the... we do have the stuff that he was with, so it's like, maybe there's something that we know? So we have, I think we have his stuff on him, because we need evidence that connects... Yeah, we have his possessions. A pocket, chest set, and a ring found in the safe and this was also in the auction storeroom as well, so that's also another connection. Is everything Knight left behind? Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chest set. Which one should we look into more closely? I mean, we already know about the chest set. So I guess the only other thing would be the ring, right? Because, the ring would, the ring would have some sort of connection. Because I said IS-7, yeah, that's right, because we have the... IS-7 was the case 3, so the chest set has no connection to case 3, but the ring does, because the ring was a Paul Halik ring. Yeah, now I remember that part of it, yeah.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. Design, that's Paul Halik's trademark. Looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work into a ring. Why would Knight have been carrying it? Why was it not even the rest of the evidence in the IS-7 incident? tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case went down. If I remember correctly, Frost didn't have any family aside from his kid. The kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Until later, anyhow. Heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned to a ring and wore until his own death. Okay.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
Okay, so that means that he was... Do we have the picture? I don't think we do. Because there was a... I guess the picture of the... if one of them was the kid, then who's the other one then? If that's the case. Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
Looking for somebody who came to the I-70s and who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so a secret string puller is Broker Knight? Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Yeah. Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket.
It's impossible. Yeah, that guy behind all this.
It's a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? Who else could it be? Is that a new statement? I think that's a new statement, right? Like... Is that a new statement that he did? Because we pressed the first one. That might be a new... Or did we get a new statement? Could be the new statement. Ah, this is a new statement. I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille. In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them?
That's right, I have the tools to do so myself.
Do you use special tools? I hadn't thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense.
What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking? Ooh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course.
You read the chess moves in Braille too?
That's interesting.
Your chess moves, how's that piece you carved yourself move? The dog.
So we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letter stuck. Sit in my cell and try to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, I still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this puppy keeps talking about?
Seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. Should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. Particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. So it would be the correspondence chess, because I mean, they could have been doing multiple correspondence chess matches. That seems to be his mode of transportation, right? And plus we haven't presented this yet, so... So that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? Don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? So, because the chess diagram we found in Ninth Cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Surely that's impossible. How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose.
I mean, there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then...
Mr. Canis says he wrote the letters in Braille, and yet... the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed.
Okay. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received. They were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronx's missives? And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Camillo Gusto's son? But who is he? And where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... Known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him, but surely...
Pokemon!
What's the matter, Miss Frenchworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course, it all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
Ooh, you have to tell us.
I can't believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is, how old is... Okay. Well, it has to be a male, because, they've said that it's the son of someone, so it can't be any of the female characters. It can't be the president, because he was killed. Lang, it can't be. Obviously Gumshoe, no. Eddie, no. Eustace, no, because he's not old enough. He's also age 24. Will, 25, but again, it was not... No. It can't be, surely. Like, I mean, they're both the same age. That actually fits. They're both 24 years old. They both looked around the same age. Are you telling me that this entire time Simeon's been the... Because no one else here fits. Like, you died. So it can't be you. It can't be any of the female characters. Can't be Shelley the Killer. Can't be the thing. Can't be Excelsius. Can't be Will. Eustace is too young. Eddie is too old. Can't be any of these characters. Like, it has... It's been you, and also they're the one that had the chess set. They're the one who gave the chess set to Knight. So it's you. It's been you this entire time. And now that I think about it, that picture that we saw of Artie Frost, the hair kind of. So the person we've been looking for all this time has been Simeon Saint. But why? But why is the question? But why is the question? There must be a reason. What's the reason why? It has to be, that's the only person that it can be. Like, there's nobody else in this situation that this fits for. How are we gonna... I mean, we have an hour and a half. I don't know if we're gonna finish the game by an hour and a half, but... Like... Because I don't know how far off we have, but... I don't think we're finishing this game today. Like, I don't think we're finishing the game today. Maybe we can, but... I mean, I'm just scrolling down just to see, like, how far it would actually have to go. It's like, I don't think we're finishing this game today. It might be another shorter stream the next time we play. I don't know how they're gonna explain this, but I'm intrigued. So, yeah. This is the only person that it can be. I mean...
Because, yeah, other people are around a similar age, but they're either female or they don't have the attachment inside. So it has to be this person. This is the only person it can be. And I wasn't really even thinking about this from the start, but it's like, I don't know how we get all the threads together. I guess we have to figure that out now, so... It's only one person that it can be out of the select situation, so how do we get to there is the question. How do we get to this point? Has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. But how did they get so much influence is the question, because they would have been... The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The strangest thing of all. We drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. The monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Monster, that was the key to unmasking our master. Almost forgot. Doing a new show soon. Love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right, the Big Berry Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You have oodles of fun.
Sloyd, could I ask a favor?
On me? What kind of favor?
Told us you recorded the sound of Taurosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. Gives the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did, like I said, I didn't see. It was nice to see the guy, but boy did I hear him. Sure they can. Let's see now. Alright. I don't know how we're getting to this, but... That's it. That's sound. It must be what I think it is. I'm not sure how we're reaching this point in time. Something is definitely, like... I still don't know. I still don't know, like, how this is going to be solved. I think we're... Usually the revelation stuff takes ages, so I think we... Theory is to be correct. Truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Especially since I know that, like, when we get into the explanation for the stuff, like, that's gonna take ages. Like, it's not gonna be just simply as thing. Huh? You saw a giant eye at the window of the storm, did you not? Yep, snapped me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. Can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe? What's up? Image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. All we can do is zoom in right now, so it's not gonna... Not changing anything. Oh, okay, we zoom in and we can see the... Whatever this is. This is the eye of... Is this the eye thing that they were talking about? Oops. See, I told y'all. Torosaurus his own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. It's building up to... Monster! I'm finally ready to admit it. They dang well real. The big bad bull itself. No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. Very big circus flyer. Oh, wait, look! See it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. I don't remember, like, we never saw this at all outside of the The what's the name thing? You get to make the Tigray balloon? Yeah, this is, I'm still not sure, like, I know I had to put all the pieces together, but still, like, it's kind of, Samus Lloyd thought it was the creature breathing fire, like, I wasn't thinking Simeon. And then now that I think about it, it's like, I saw the look of Artie in that picture, and then it's like, you can kind of see a similarity in a way, but they're not actually... I don't know, like... Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? What's a balloon's fly? They burn gas to make hot air. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. This culprit, they got something to do with the circus. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxter, son of Gusto. Whoa, you're not serious. Forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. Is this gonna be one of those instances where it's like, the not gonna be able to believe it, but then now they're gonna have to try and convince me otherwise, because he doesn't come off like he would be that, so he's hiding himself, I guess. He's hiding who he truly is, maybe. I don't think we're finishing the game today, but, like, I only have, like, an hour and a little bit after that. I might have to come back and do this in another part as the finale, because, I mean, I've still got to cover the credits, I've still got to cover, like, how I feel about this game, because this case has been completely wild, like, a unexpected, like, roller coaster, final end to this game. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all this. I'm still trying to figure out how this is happening, like... It makes sense with the evidence, but now I need to know the why, I need to know what the connections is, I need to know why all these things are happening, and at the same time, while I do want to finish this game, it's like, I just don't know if I'll have the time. I'll have to wait and see what happens.
Simeon, but everything, really... I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us.
Yeah, but it's happened like this before, where we've had, you know, we've had people that we've trusted in the past, and then it turned out to be bad. It's not the first time. This does seem weird, though. It does seem really weird that, like, we've gone from Excelsius, who was, like, the head of the committee of the evidence, to the president, the person who was pretending to be the president, to now just Simeon. I hope that they're able to pull it off, because I think that might, like, it's different.
You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
Sorry, Kay. Who is that? Am I gonna have to put on a different voice for him as well? Because that's also another thing. Like, if he turns out to be someone completely different, then...
Hey, where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. We're gonna have to try and stop a killing from happening, because he's going after him, I think. What? No, Mr. Canis, wait! Yeah, we're not... What? Oh no, Edgeworth, no! Oh no, get the animal handlers. Oh no. Damn it, he disappeared!
Okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you! Are you alright, Sean? Killed my dad. You did it, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean, it would appear that he did. But why? That's the thing, why? Like, he was a kid. Simeon was a kid. If this is the case, Simeon was a kid. And we know that Bronco Knights are... well... Okay. If Simeon was the other kid in the thing with his hands tied up, and Bronco was the guy that was next to him in the thing, does that mean that he was... all these things were done because of what happened to him in the... because we still don't know why. We still don't know what happened to him in the past. We know that something happened, but we just don't know what. We don't know what. And now we've got two assassins on the basically out on the loose, looking to tie up this loose end. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll... No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
Put the call out, sir. All units on the lookout for Mr. Canis. Don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I would assume at the circus. Suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. Said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. Yeah. There's gonna be some sort of spectacle at the circus, isn't there? I guess we'll have a look and see how much time we have, how much more of the case we have left to go before I finish, before I decide to end stream. I mean, I should have enough, if I do have to end it early, it means that tomorrow's stream, if I stream, I can at least, it'll be tomorrow or Friday, I can pretty much just play this, finish the game out, get the credits, look over the gallery, do my, like, in general, like, overview of everything, and then that can be the stream. Like, I'm more than happy to do that. Because that means a new week will start with just Switch games, so it's like, I don't want to rush, but at the same time, like, I don't want to push, like, super far. There is what? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnap. Yes, sir.
Say, Mr. Edgeworth. Good, there's something I'd like you to try and... There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Who? Who would they get help from? It's been our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up, there's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. So does that mean that he was also... He knew about what was happening in the second case as well? Because he was in the second case. He was the person they were accusing in the second case of killing Knight. So does that mean that he... Well, we already proved that the guard did that, but... That also means he might have manipulated some things in that case as well. And not just the... And again, that also explains why we were able to have... why they were... how they were able to, like, keep tabs on everyone. Intermission, I guess? Yeah, we're not finishing the game today. And I have like an hour and 10 minutes normally before I would finish, but we'll try and just get as much as we can done. If Allison comes in early, I will probably keep going, but if she doesn't, I'll probably just save it, and then we will focus on finishing it next time. So we can get a... Because otherwise I feel like this stream's going to go for way too long, but it's happened before, so it's absolutely fine. I can't really control these things. April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Big Berry... A Berry Big Circus Big Top. Oh, nice. Nice, we get a...
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, he's dressed up as a clown. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. Well, I'm glad. You kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you'd given me this. It's so great. You can have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Yeah, what is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. I do like that balloon. It does look very, nice. Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
That would be Simeon. Wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual? Strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious K to the top of the big building. I mean, that is one way to get up to there without being noticed, I guess. And that also would explain the... That would also explain other things. So that means that K wasn't lying when she saw someone floating in the air, because that person... That actually makes sense now. Because she would have seen them floating because they were in the hot air balloon. Or to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. Security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. The only person able to make that happen would have been you. Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. It's not all you did. He also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of these things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that. Wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. I think he was. He wasn't guilty of that crime. He found out somebody else was, but I'm guessing he may. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's like to be in your shoes. We're part of the same club after all. I don't know. I do not know what's going on. Fortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sounds of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. What's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. See, I think he was innocent of this case, but he could have easily manipulated like Fifi, he could have manipulated a few other people. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. It's just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, we...
You knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much.
I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch-manipulator behind all of our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you were guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Okay, I think I have to put a new voice on for him now. So, that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Oh. Now what? Uh-oh. Is this the Joker era? I think it is. Okay. It is the Joker era. What is... Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess this was all an act. I'm glad we finally get to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth lies, what does it matter? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. Alright, we've got our Joker era. Simeon now. I have no idea how long this will take me, but we will try to do as fast as possible, but... Yeah, Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry? It's true that Simian's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense, I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. This one hurts as well, because it's like, it reminds me of like, you know, usually the villains are like, head of the law, or like, someone manipulate. This person was like, straight up just playing innocent the entire time, but was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. And across multiple cases as well. Very, very well done, video game. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. How do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off of the ground now that I think about it. Prefer if it didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Well, give the guy a break, will you? It's like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it onto the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I'd better keep that in mind. So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too? Ho-ho, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it, because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last. The balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So means to insist that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. You might have let more slip than you realize, Miss Saint. Are you done? Alright, as I was saying. So we've got a pig that is balancing a squirrel that is holding up a cat. That also happens to look like the cat from, the James Bond movies. It's just saying you just happen to fly past somebody with a camera, too. Oh, I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next you'll say something like, there's no way that was a coincidence, right? Then it's down the slippery slope, too. There's no such thing as coincidences. Now there's a scary thought. It's not what Mr. Edgeworth is saying at all. Why can't you just... Don't play into his hands, Kay. He's deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, he'll be able to avoid the question. And why do you think he's been trying to do that? Because he's a clown.
No, because he's got something to hide.
Precisely. So we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive.
Gotcha. Hey, Simeon, this highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly past the big building?
He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. But you're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I'd better throw you a bone.
Hold it.
You're in charge of both the promotional work the balloon is used for and the balloon itself. Is that correct?
Believe a word I say, do you? But it's true, ask the boss.
Right, boss?
Yep, Simeon's in charge of keeping it clean and making sure it's all working properly and everything. Don't think anybody ever even touches it except for him. Not lately, anyhow.
Interesting. I think we can safely say he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. If he's our mastermind, there are parts of his plan he would have had to carry out today, too. Perhaps we need to dig into those a little more.
In the big silence, it's like this is tricky stuff to process. There was a balloon. It was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story.
Hold it.
That's so. Only we were flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on that same evening. You expect me to believe that there's nothing to say as you put it? You're trying to provoke me, Miles. It's not very nice, you know, starting fights with people. I'm a clown. We're all about smiles, not frowns. Certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. That's not going to help him. I just have to stay on the attack. I don't know a whole lot about this balloon just yet. I think we should try and learn a little more about it. Okay, so I just skipped straight into the next section again. So I guess we need to find which statement. I mean, it'll be the one that we pressed because it'll be the one that should be this one here. Should be this one here because we pressed one statement and it gave us this other one. And usually these games, whenever you press a statement and it gives you a new statement, it usually means that that statement is the one that you want to. That's the one that you want to do, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So what would we present here, is the question. Last time I took the balloon out in the truck would have been then, the day before last. So the day before last would have been 2 days ago. Not any other days, so Do we have anything related to trucks? Because that's probably what we have to do. We have to at least prove that... We have to prove that he took the balloon out on another day that wasn't the day before last. So, if we have proof of that, we should be able to... The last time I took the balloon out of the truck would have been then the day before last. But then we have a picture of the truck that we found here that has the balloon here. So that would mean, because that looks like it's a balloon. That looks like the color of the balloon at least. I guess we try presenting this because it's parked in front of the big building. Last time he took the balloon out of the truck would have been, yeah, the day before last. But then why is the truck out the front of the big building? That's, I think, what we're supposed to say. I think that's what we're supposed to say, is that, like, well, okay, you took the truck out, you took the balloon out of the truck the day before last, but why is the truck parked in front of the big building? Why is it not in the circus area? Because we have a map. Where's the, was there a map that we can look up? There was a map that was here. I don't know if it's still around. There was a map that gave us like a... Wasn't this right? There was a map that existed. Where is it? There should be a map somewhere. It's one of these things. And I'm pretty certain the map showed, unless we got rid of it. Where's the map? Pin, /letter, creature feature. Where's the map? There was a map that we had as like proof here that I wanted to look at. Fairly certain that's what it is though. Isn't this right? No. Where's the map? Congrats on the catch. Where is the map? I need to find the map. IS-7 incident, no. Report on night, no. Bouquet, no. Wait, bouquet? Oh, that's just the picture. Never mind. I guess we don't have the map. Fine. We'll just present the truck and see what happens. I was gonna say, like, there was a map that was shown, and it was like, here's all the locations that exist. And I think Sunshine Coliseum was near the... near one of the areas, so it's like... I think what we're supposed to say is this though, like the blue truck is here, so why was it in front of the big building if you never took it down? This truck wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, one with a large basket loaded on the back. That was the truck you told us about. And then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. The map isn't presented as evidence, but it's shown for the purpose of finding Sean. I thought it might have been evidence to show. I remember seeing the map though. I thought that they had it as an additional. I thought that they were going to bring that out. I just remembered the map. I'm pretty certain that the Coliseum was like very close by to where Sean was found. It's not added as evidence, okay. It's fine. I was gonna look at it just to make sure, but it has to be the truck. Now what? Okay. Lang's back, and Emma is back. Emma is back as well. Agent Lang, Emma. This is the first time I'm seeing Emma in this case. We saw her last time, but took a sweet time coming to thing, I guess. Hey, you are Mr. Edgeworth at last. Been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Case sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. There we go. Lion hot air balloon. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around the back of a truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Wait, what? Oh, he did an impersonation. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Ah, you sound just like him.
Show me, I demand proof. Must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way, you can tell just from that.
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Luminol testing, fingerprint dusting, or metal detector. Well, the metal detector is going to be useless because it's going to just pick up the truck in general. Luminol testing would imply we need to look for blood, which at this point we're not looking for blood, we're looking for proof. So, fingerprint dusting it is. It would have to be fingerprint dusting. There's nothing else that we can suggest that would, yeah. We don't need luminol because the murder didn't take place in the truck, and the metal detector will be useless, so... And we brought Emma with us for a reason, so it has to be one of these, right? Fingerprints. I like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Why would you want to do that?
Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? The truck that we saw? So it'd probably have to be ours because... Well, Simeon Saint's fingerprints will always be on the truck if he was using it. Lotta's fingerprints make no sense for them to be there, so considering we touched the car, we touched the truck, it would have to be ours because he, yeah, we touched the truck, so... He wants to say that it wasn't the same truck, but we touched the truck, so... Look out for dear old Miles' fingerprints.
Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there?
I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in the front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
That's why I'm here. One moment, please.
Already? Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Me?
Of course.
Who else did you think was going to do that?
Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
So to spread the powder over the area, you want to search for prints. Like this.
Just don't give me a limited amount, please. Moving the cursor around and pressing X will allow me to dust the area with powder.
Sticks to fingerprints. Once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. Then blow away the excess.
Blow it away?
Yeah, with your mouth. Like that.
In other words, this is the PS4 version which doesn't have a microphone. God, I remember playing a lot of those games on the DS. So many gimmick games. Having to actually... I think it was Cooking Mama. You had to, like, blow into the microphone to cool things down. And I just remember, like, you'd be blowing into the microphone and you'd get out of breath super quickly. You get burned out immediately and just be like, yeah, it's just... you'd be out of breath. And you'd be like, why isn't it picking up? Why is the... There was a Mario Kart game as well where you had to, like, blow, I think you had to blow down, you had to blow, into the microphone, and it was just, like, 4 players of just people playing on the DS and just blowing into the microphone, wondering what everyone's doing. Blowing with triangles to remove any excess powder. Alright, you got all that. Thank you. Now to try it for real. So much... There's too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. Oh, great. No limit, huh? Let me just, like... I'm not gonna coat the entire area, but still, like... No limitation. There we go.
So much easier than the other one where you had like a limited amount of fingerprint powder.
It's a nice clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me.
So much easier than the other options.
It confirms it. It's Mr. Interes's print, alright?
And with that, another lie is exposed. Yeah, we are really running out of time. 40 minutes and got just 2 bunnies. Those poor bunny rabbits.
So what were you doing in the truck?
Oh.
Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know.
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago. And your balloon was sighted nearby. And today another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Coincidence, nothing more.
You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest. You were involved in both.
What makes you think they were even connected?
Welcome in, UK Gamer. Thank you for stopping by. Hope all is well. We are venturing closer to this game being over. Although I think I'm going to run out of time. Just because I know that these last little sections are going to probably take up a ton of, like, explanation. Because we've still got to explain what happened. We've still got to do all the other stuff. But we'll wait and see. I do... This feels... It's a very bittersweet feeling, you know? If I do finish this game, it's like... There's no more Ace Attorneys. Until they announce the crossover, or a new one. And it's a... Thank you for the contribution to the Tomb Raider challenge. It's just a very... Yeah, just a very, very bittersweet, like, moment of... We're going to finish the game, or get close, and just... Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abduction? The sedative, because we definitely know about the sedative. They both took the same, well, Kay mentioned it, and... Can we look at this? Just see the thing. But I'm doing well. Probably won't go for too much longer, I don't think, but things might change. I'm just waiting to see, biding my time right now. Yeah, the sedative was used on them both, so that's the one thing that connects them. Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative. Bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. Very same brand, no less.
I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used, so what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure.
He must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes.
Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
We've had the misfortune? I guess I mean... No, I'm nothing like him.
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right?
It's no use. You don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings.
Okay, you're almost done here, Miles. No more cheap shots left to fire. Great, well I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal?
What are you sticking your nose in for?
Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy here. Thought I'd ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kate. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Great Feet magic.
Don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes.
Why don't you take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Yeah. Let's not forget the kidnappings. For now. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he's our mastermind? I mean, the only other connection that we've got so far is the... What do you call it? The correspondence chess set. That's the only thing that we have a connection with right now, so... Because we've already determined that there was a middleman in between Canis and Knight to translate the different moves, so... If that is the case... That's the only other thing that I can think of at the top of my head right now. And also, that was relevant to the second case. So, that's probably what we have to do. Probably relate the chess stuff. Because that's the only other thing we have that would connect the crimes, right? Of course. Canis was looking for our secret string puller. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Well, we already know he was pulling the strings behind the scenes with the chess game, so maybe that's the only other thing we can think of, is the diagram. Because they're saying that we don't have any other ties to the case, but we do. We know that he had ties between Simeon, we know that he had ties between Knight and Canis. And so that would be one way he could manipulate things.
Take that.
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Malzarino's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon the funny clown. Look at me, I'm just juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed? Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... letters? You won't. Trust me. Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? I don't think we are. I think we've still got a lot to do. I think we still have a lot that we can do. You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't even have any proof. You're despicable. Who was that? Wait. You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't have any proof. Yeah, okay. So he's now just admitted to... Well... Hi. Miss Berry? What does she want? Sorry, I was thinking about what you were saying, and... This night person? You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. You've been busted, pal, I think. Yep. He mustn't have read it. What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Uh-oh.
Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence letter. Hang on a second. Let me actually read what this says. So, Also, this chess move makes no sense. This chess move makes actually no sense because you're already in, check at this point. So here's my next move, pawn to g6. Can anybody smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you were never going to... best me, not at chess. I think that's what it says. But you were never going to best me, not at chess. But who is this? This is Knight sending... Is this Knight sending the letter? Knight sending the letter to Simeon, so that means that Canis is about to lose? I guess? I think that's what it's suggesting. I think Knight's about to lose. Canis is about to lose. Because this is Knight sending it to Canis, so I think that's what we're getting at.
Expect from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you're never going to beat me, not at chess. I'll beat me. It was beat me, not best me. Same word, same thing, basically. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. We do move around a lot. It's part of being in a traveling circus. The mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Yeah, directly to him. So instead of it being directed to the other person, yeah. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. So he wasn't even, he was getting them sent to himself, and then he was doing something else. So he could have been manipulating things as well. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille. In order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Oh, I get it now. Yeah. Okay, now I get it. They were really playing chess with, the same person. As opposed to each other. Because, they would have sent their moves to each other. They thought they were sending their moves to each other, but they're sending their moves to just one person. And he was just sending them back and forth.
Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you!
Could you? Tonight was your only friend. You weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. Then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this. And if I don't do what he says, he'll be... He's so scary. Stop it, Bronco. Stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promise. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he left me up in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried, the door was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. So he was actually, yeah, okay. Now it makes a lot more sense as to why he was doing everything. You lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really, I never knew Bronco's father's name, or maybe I chose not to remember. Just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. That's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. Sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny, not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. Well, we know that it was the stuff with the orphans, so obviously because they were orphaned and they were you know. We also have the ring and the thing as well we can use as evidence. In the possessions here. Should be this.
Take that.
Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. It was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. Why would Bronco have a memento of my father? Police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No! That can't be! My dad was... I remember! Don't I... Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing, even though I'm in jail. Oh, there's... Simeon, that's right, they met as well. I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just the icing on the cake. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Speaking of which, oh, there was something in your chest set. You can take a look at it later. A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks. You hadn't detained me 18 years ago. Wouldn't have had to end like this. Did you say something? Me? It was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Bronco. What's that all this for? Didn't want to wind up dead too. Didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me. It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you know that already. President's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. The guard kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? I just wasn't as easy as simply running away. I would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. Life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From that time I was a child. I had nobody. They weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. May have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope do I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco, he really did want to help me. It's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved.
Show me how to stop being a victim, stop being hunted. I became a hunter myself, and they all became my prey.
I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No! I sure didn't, and as long as Winner was around, no evidence was going to stand. Even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. God almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down.
So we saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. See, so that's why you kidnapped Sean. You want to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? Tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate.
Only if I'd actually been kidnapped anyone at all. I'd never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No. Besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. Hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge.
Sure, I admit it. So what? I despise every single one of them. Here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
Who's that Pokemon?
You take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders.
Same thing as Gold Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. Whole fake assassination plot. I handed that to Bronco on a plate.
That was part of the plan too? So Rook's murder was... Yeah, that's another one of this as well. Rook's murder is also... Rook's murder tied to... Well, what was it? Rook's murder was because Knight was jealous, which was also had to do with the fake president assassination as well. So it's like they're all just coming, it's all just coming together now. It's all just coming together and it's all just one thing after another, after another, after another. One thing after another, after another. And that is what we're dealing with. So, yeah. Now we're getting into it.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, would you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? Can't talk like that about a murder. Setting the guard up was easy, too. It just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set.
So it was you who put it in there?
Yes, it was. I thought it might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all that it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? Guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and the guard. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to both.
Didn't solve those cases for your sake.
Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just laying at being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you say?
All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are.
Was getting arrested part of your plan too?
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. It made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who came through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of this generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me, right when I needed it most.
Oh, yes. Also, you're having...
Huh?
Oh, so you're having your dinner like, you brought him dinner?
I brought home my dinner.
Oh, you brought him your dinner.
Yeah, your dinner has...
Yeah, I thought that you were... I didn't realize that you brought home... That you brought home your own...
Yeah, I just asked Dad what you
Did you bring home more...
I bought some gyoza and takoyaki.
Oh. It's so time to eat.
Yes. I asked Dad what you were having. Yes, you're having...
Alright, as much as it, like, pains me to end stream here, I probably because the issue that we have, right, is if I do finish the case, I then need to then go through everything else, go through the entire, what is it? Finish the case, go through the entire epilogue, go through the...
Oh, there's an epilogue?
Yeah, go through the epilogue, go through the entire credits, go through everything that I thought about each case and thing in the game, and also just thinking, however, if I do this now, I can get this uploaded, and then maybe we can stream on tomorrow or Friday, and finish the game out, and then we can start fresh on the new week, maybe. That seems to be the best option. Because I don't know how much further I have left before I finish this case. Considering we haven't been inputting any evidence whatsoever. Like, no evidence here has been inputted at all. No evidence has been inputted at all. So, because no evidence has been inputted, like, this is like the plot dump part of the thing. If I have a look at how much time is left, like, we what have we still got to do? We've still got one full testimony to do with a bunch of evidence, then another testimony to do, then another testimony to do, then a rebuttal segment, and then we're finished. And that's without going through all the other aspects. So I think it might be safer to just not, to stop stream now. And that way we can then focus solely on finishing the game after that. And that would be better, probably. I'm still undecided. I think that might be better, though. Just because of how much stuff is still potentially left, and also, like, if I keep going, I need to finish the case, commit to finishing the case, and also just do a bunch of other stuff, like the credits and all the other things, which is going to take forever. And this way, I can finish stream earlier tomorrow, get all that done out of the way, get that uploaded, and then we can start Friday or whenever the stream and have that be consistently be what it is. But a lot's happened in this case. Again, this game's still further cementing to me that it's the best case in the game. Well, not the best case. I don't know if it's the best case in the game, but it's like the best game of the series and the best, and my favorite one. Is the best way that I would put it. So, pretty much, yeah, I think that's where we're gonna be. And I guess we have to just hope that we are able to get another thing done. So, progression-wise, again, we made it to... Where did we start? We pretty much started... Progression-wise, obviously, graphic stuff didn't really change all that much. Neither did...
What was that?
No, it was looking at these, like, these gears, just look like they look like they're very nice.
The paint, right?
Yeah.
Not too bad. in the takoyaki comes with, I have it without the vinegar.
Yeah.
And it comes with radish? No, not radish.
It's spring onion, isn't it?
No, and down the bottom there's like cabbagey.
Oh,
either cabbage or like a coleslaw-y thing.
Oh,
it's alright.
yeah. But yeah, like, in terms of progression-wise, obviously, where did we start? We started at... basically the... Where did we start? Yeah, we were doing the recreation, that's right. There's a lot of stuff happening with the recreation, that's what we were up to. Again, some really good music tracks that they selected here. Gameplay stuff didn't really change outside of us getting the luminol stuff. Story-wise, like, we pretty much investigated, like, the outside of the orphanage from beginning to end. We ended up basically figuring out that the positioning of where All Down was different to where they thought that it was and where he was murdered. And there's stuff with the kidnapping and all that as well. We end up realizing that one of the photos was doctored and faked, and based on the positioning of other things that were happening. We also ended up hearing the voice-over call for what happened there. We ended up basically realizing that we recreated the scenario, we re-examined everything, we recognized that the blood didn't belong to All Down and it belonged to somebody else, so we still don't know who that actually is at the moment. Actually, no, we do know who that is. We know that it wasn't All Down's blood, and then basically we've also realized that the fire itself was the fire itself was a cover for the fire itself was a cover for what should I call it? It was a cover for some of the evidence being covered up, and then Lang ended up grabbing a drawing that his father had kept, which was a picture of Canis and what looked to be it was supposed to be the president, but it looked like the guard. Like, we saw it looked like the guard, we could see it, and we saw, like, a whole bunch of things happening there. And also, we also think the child was the one who started the fire. We just didn't know who that was at the time. We saw, we got Gavel's, revelation about, she was the one that was talking, and basically mentioned about, like, that she knew about Sean and she knew about all the other things. So it looked like it was going towards that President Wayne was the father and that Gavel was the mother, but they ended up saying it was adopted, because obviously that would have been really, really iffy when that happened. Gavel's cousin was the one who ended up having the having the child with the president, and basically she adopted him as her own son. And that obviously led into the next part where giant revelation of, like, family coming together and doing all that stuff as well. Then we ended up getting more stuff based on the 12 years ago incident in relation to that, and who drew the picture and who the picture was of. We ended up realizing that Canis was in the picture, that the president themselves had a body double, and that body double wanted to kill the president so that they could take their place, and that ended up happening as well. And the body double ended up hiring Canis to kill the real president, and then that was where Excelsius dug up the body, and basically the real president went to visit his son, was greeted by the assassin who killed him, the kidnappers moved the body, and then the witness got killed by the body double who was coming in to see what happened. And then that's how they figured out, like, with the steps and things as well. Canis had his testimony, started mentioning about how someone, the child, helped him with his stuff, and basically the body double kept getting endless murder attempts which were directed at the real president, while never actually holding any of the power of the office as president. And that's what was going on they were using that plan to draw him out.
And basically then we started trying to figure out who the young boy was, and that turned out to be in relation to how they knew certain characters and how they knew other things as well. And then we ended up basically realizing that the correspondence chess was the way that the child, eventually grown up, was communicating through everybody, and that turned out to be the person who had connections with Knight and Canis at the same time with their chess correspondence, and that turned out to end up being who the true mastermind son was, who's Carmelo Gusto's son, and that ended up being Simeon Saint. So he was responsible for sending the letter to Rosie, tricking Excelsius into the connection, kidnapping Sean, planning the bug, and then also the giant monster stuff that they thought that they'd seen ended up being actually the giant lion head from the big circus, which obviously related back to that. And then basically Canis escaped, went after Simeon, Canis has escaped, going after who he which is also what's strange too here, is that somehow we haven't spotted Shelly the Killer or Canis yet, and I have no clue where they are, because you would think they would have had a jump on them. And then we basically end up confronting Simeon from there, who had his own Joker era, basically. He tried to be sympathetic at first, and then he changed his look to look like a clown, basically, and an animal tamer. And he's in his Joker era right now, and basically he admitted to launching the balloon and using the truck once we discovered all of that, because we had our handprint on that truck. And Emma came back with Lang, and then we had the connection between the two cases there. We also had the proof of the other stuff as well. Then, basically, Simeon revealed the reason why he set up Knight was because 18 years ago, Knight's father forced him to tie up Simeon, and then Simeon would... And that basically was the stuff of the third case. So Simeon thought that his father was Artie Frost, and we proved that, no, Bronco Knight's father is Artie Frost. Simeon is stunned about that. He's basically the mastermind. We figured he planned everything. He saw the assassination. He was the one interrogated by Legard originally. He ran away from the orphanage, and he got tracked down and eventually went into the circus because they kept just hounding him constantly. And his motive for everything happening was basically to exact revenge on all of the people that he blamed for what had happened with his life, but without killing any of them. So I do like how that played out. He essentially moved all the pieces of the chessboard with the intention of just getting everyone else to do his bidding while he was in the behind the scenes playing everybody from the start, because he had so much evidence with all these other things that were going on. And basically now we are getting into that at this point. So we will finish this game tomorrow, I think, or at least when I next stream. Obviously, character-wise, a lot of stuff happened in this. A lot of stuff has happened. We got a lot more revelations with what happened with the president and the body double. We didn't really get any more acting stuff. Verity getting a lot of emotional scenes with Sean. I like that they did that very good. Sean had a very prominent part as well. We got the connection with Lang and his father to the president as well. I really liked how that all was handled. Simeon coming out as the Joker, basically, that's also occurred and happening as we speak. And we still haven't gotten to the end of everything yet. So I'm assuming we're going to have to try and figure out how to tie Simeon to a murder, perhaps, and I'm not sure which one, so I guess we'll worry about that when we get there. Obviously, we got a little bit more Bronco Knight stuff with the connection with the second case, about how he was basically playing the same character each and every time. We got more Canis stuff, which was great. We've still got to wait for him to appear again. And we got a couple of the more... There's just a lot of cases that are happening at the moment. And then Emma also returned.
So you can look forward to seeing what Emma has to do at that point as well. There's just a lot that's been happening, and a lot to go through, and a lot to think about, and a lot to discuss. So I guess we'll just wait and see, and hope for the best, because I'm really looking forward to how this game ends. We'll come back to this either tomorrow or Friday, depending on what happens, and we'll be able to definitely finish the game and do our thorough review and everything else that is needed. So yeah, I don't know what else to really talk about. If I'm able to stream tomorrow, we'll finish this off. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll be able to finish it off on Friday. Saturday or Sunday will be one of the days we do Persona 5 Strikers, because Alison will not be going out one of those days, so I'll probably just end up taking...
Which, not this week, in October.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It'll probably be one of those days. If we do it on Saturday, Sunday will be a day off. If we do it on Saturday I will take off, because I will be back to Switch games at that point. So everyone can look forward to that. Monday will be Rivals, new map, new character, new season, new ranks, as always. And then Tuesday through Friday we'll continue doing Princess Peach and probably Donkey Kong Country Returns. So yeah, that will be what we have planned. So, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review on this video gets me close to monetization. That's my content feel. That's like content become my participant is defined. I uploaded my past part records as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays 2. You trying to spend a link down below to games for the games we played and streamed as far on the Let's Plays, upcoming games, DLC, Switch games we can enter channel mention as well. Working on more play passing of games we have to plan for, as well as switching things up we're going to Switch. More trying to try to experience Ultra Try Good experience and Pokemon Violet and this knows. The Live notes, as well as the Persona, the Super Mario Dream Remake stuff and the Pokemon Landscape stuff as well. I'm still working on the note stuff for Dragon Quest XI at the moment. I'm also still working on the Final Fantasy Pixel Master notes as well. I uploaded them to YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they are planning to delete it, and one of the 2 videos of pleasure everyone find my content to do so. And you'll also get a notification uploading vlog on that as well. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 Pixel Master run. I will also be doing a subathon on the 21st of September, 20th September for everybody else, to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of me being affiliated on Twitch. We will be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, all the tracks. I will put a win-loss record on the screen. I also have an added incentive that I haven't revealed. I'm going to reveal it right now on stream. so that you can hear me and just confirm that this is what is happening. But I am going to add the incentive of if the Pikachu onesie redeems are met, I will increase the amount if Olsen wins in the...
you have to revise that, Nathan. It's when I win, not if I win.
No, it's if.
No, I'm pretty sure it's when.
It's if. It's if.
It's when.
Okay, we'll play Crash Team Racing instead.
You already made the thing for Mario Kart.
If.
When.
If.
And when.
If.
When.
If.
When.
I'll wait for your mouth to be stuffed full. If.
When.
If.
When.
I can keep this up all day. If.
When.
If.
When.
Let me finish. If. If and or when. Is that better?
Yeah.
If or when that is met, I have already decided. So if the 3-sub goal is met and Allison wins the win-loss record thing for that, I will extend that to the rest of the year. If the 30-sub goal for me to wear the Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year is met and Allison beats me, I will wear the Pikachu onesie for an entire year from September 21st of this year
to September 21st of 2026, within reason. If I have to wash it, or if there has to be like something that gets in the way for that, like I won't wear it, but it will be on stream. Not wearing it the whole day. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, not wearing it the whole day off
No.
stream, but on stream.
On stream,
yes.
I will be forced to wear a Pikachu onesie for the entire year.
Hey, no one is forcing you to do anything.
As well as all the other rewards. 6 subs, I will do pineapple pizza on stream every time I redeem 100k channel points. 9 subs will be a favorite Pokemon tier list for myself, with Alison as helping me out, because she's really, really good with that thing. 12 subs will be AMA and Q&A stuff. 15 subs will be a Discord movie night, maybe every week. 18 subs, chat will pick a game. 21 subs, Pokemon Smash or Pass, with Alison, of course. 24 subs, karaoke stream. 27 subs, Pokemon Nuzlocke with Alison on stream as well. She wants to do Pokemon Violet. Well, we're going to get her to do Pokemon Violet because that's the one that I didn't do well in, and she wants to show me how it's done. So she's going to put her money where her mouth is, basically, and prove to me that she can do a Pokemon Violet and Nuzlocke without losing, of course. So we're going to see.
And when you mean by losing, do you mean blacking out, like whiting out?
Well, the
or
whole idea-
running out of all the Pokemon in your.
When you lose in Nuzlocke when you've run out of Pokemon.
Yeah, but people make rules of when you white out when you lose all your Pokemon in your party, or if you run out of Pokemon in your.
Well, it's up to you. It's your Nuzlocke. You can choose how you want to do it. You're more familiar with Nuzlocke than I am.
I'll go with the box.
Yeah.
When you run out of usable Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that's a little bit silly, like if you just do a whiteout immediately, because that could also just be something that, you don't even plan for that. So yeah, we'll just do that. Obviously, sub badges and emotes, as well as more channel points to vote on for the next game that we'll play after this. Princess Peach Showtime, Persona 4, Dragon Quest Returns, Luigi Mansion 2, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. Your 3 choices are between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Fantasio, and Tomb Raider on the 3 Remastered. You also get ad for viewing as well, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, or get ad block. I go up the picture around support for the follows, chat, subs, bits, lurks, raids. Shoutouts as always. I will be doing Rivals, as I said, this week on Monday. Quick matches, competitive minigames. Anyone wants to do that as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I make a live, which I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members to remain strong. Playing Knockers and games so as well. And flash to know if you come stream overlay that I use for all my future content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if we can raid anyone. If anyone has any raid requests I'd like me to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just use currently streaming and give them the raid. Let us see who's currently streaming, if there's anyone right now. Yeah, we shall raid. You know, we can raid Navi. They're playing. Should I raid? Yeah, I can raid Navi. They're streaming Rune Factory right now. And they were in here earlier, so we will send everyone over there instead. Thank you everyone for watching as always, and with that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.